If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice, full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 29th of April 2026 and we are going to be doing some analytics here today at Caulfield. We are going to be at the Caulfield Heath. My understanding is this, that the Caulfield main track is the outer track and the Heath is the inner track. I might be wrong, but that's what I have experienced, and this is the Heath track according to how the track plays. We are going to be here and there are 8 races today. It's a midweek. Now, Caulfield generally offers about 40% of the favorite, which means there should be about 3 favorites coming home. And the last finishing mile is about 367 meters. The track is on a good 4 today. We will see what we can do here. Lightning, welcome back, my friend. Welcome to Grandstand. And we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock, when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock or there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out and highlight those things. So the first one is a 1500 meter maiden. We'll see what the market is saying and take the scratchings. Number 1 has been scratched. We don't have number 1. 6324. Okay, there are a few things that I've done. We obviously have the resistance channel, but we have removed this other channel which we were monitoring through the depreciation. So why? Because I cannot fit all of them in the screen, and I had to open up some of the basic stuff. So we have a thing called base. So we've been calculating certain things. I'll just explain how things are. So now base basically is how the race card is designed. Okay. Now, if we will talk more about it, but base more or less is a numerical value which represents the ranking on the race card. Okay, So what happened on Saturday? Why do we have the base? Okay, so we'll take a look at what happened on Saturday, and then we'll move in. So we were at Flemington on Saturday, and we don't have a way of actually negotiating with the negatives on the resistance channel. We don't have a way to do that yet. I have gone through it. I still do not have anything that can actually justify how we can negotiate with this negative. But what is to be done? Okay, what needs to be taken under consideration is the base. Okay, now when we look at the base, if the base is high, the leverage has to be higher. Okay, the leverage has to be higher on a higher class if the base is high. If that doesn't match, then it is going to go on the lower side. All right, the lower base. Like for this example, the first one only will take. So the 4 won. We had a clear idea about 4. The 4 then came in the 6. Okay. So why that happened is because that was a high leverage, should have gotten in, but was in negative. And this one was the other one, which was here on the lower side. And that's how it played. And eventually this is how everything. So now if you look at the next one, which was a 1400 meter, the 8 won, all right, that was a very, very high negative mark on a linear. So if you look at the base is high, the 58, it's a 57. That is where it went through. Okay, so we need to be a little more, if the base is high, we look at the 5 was here. Okay, the 5 also had a very strong leverage, but the base dropped. And if we look at the resistance is lower, here it is higher. So we will keep a track of how this thing is working, and we'll see how we can do this. So yes, the 6, which is the favorite, is on the higher side of the base, and that is the highest leverage out of everything. This one is stressed. If we look through the resistance, that's where it is, and the 6 is here. So probably the odds are right. But how this thing might play is something that we will figure out after the races. So the 2 probably is in middle, because that's a 59. It's going to run neutral. I think 2 probably will come in the middle, and 3 will be on the third. So we'll see how that works. 6 is the favorite. It should work. Where it might go wrong is the fact that the front, the first cycle is pretty much higher on this. So if that 3-year-old filly is not able to deliver the first cycle, which means up till the last bend. So up till the last bend, this horse needs to be ridden very carefully, which brings us to the topic that the jock on 6 has never raced here. The jock on horse number 6 has never raced here at Caulfield Heath, and that's a tricky part of the race. Why? Because Heath is a triangle shaped track. Caulfield is a triangle shaped track. And if you're not aware of the dynamics of the track, then things might go wrong. So this is the first one. I am not going to get into it. We will see how things work. But 6 has a fantastic form line, is less on the resistance scale from 3. But the jock never raced here. They both have more or less the same body weight. But we'll see how things work. So 6 is the favorite. You're right, Lightning. It should be 6 and 2, but we'll see how that works. You also have the 5, which is also very strong. Very strong, probably. But form line is an issue, but you have the right numbers.
Florence, our favourite, $2.40, just ticked in half a point there at the top of the tree with thanks to PointsBet.
This mounting yard is brought to you by Racing Photos. For all your winning photos and memorabilia, visit photos.racing.com.
1,500 metre maiden hutch. Let's get straight into it. Horse number 2 is where we kick off the mounting yard. North Dakota for the Hawks team. Jamie Mott, significant improver at its second start.
It was a good run, and there were excuses on debut at Bendigo when it blundered at a key stage in the race, but didn't mind the effort. It was behind bonus season. I'm thinking that might not be bad form, as I've already sort of referenced, but yeah, just has a little bit to find on the back of that last effort, but in the mix.
Amy Yagi, what can you tell us about North Dakota from a yard perspective?
I can tell you that he's a really nice horse, Tim. I gave him a decent push at Sandown. I thought he presented well over the odds. He looked great on that occasion, backed it up with a good run in what I thought was a pretty decent sort of a race too, and he presents even fitter and better today.
B. Mellum, C. Waller combined with Urtajar, who's a fascinating runner, just had the one start over in Europe, ran third in a maiden back on the 18th of July last year. The jump outs would signal that she's got a fair level of ability, Hutch, but exactly where her ceiling is the unknown. And whether she's screwed down enough to get away with a race like this first up in Australia, is that the query?
Oh, it's just difficult to know how good she is. I mean, they usually purchase well. That's not to say there's not a few purchases and imports that don't live up to expectations, but one start coming in and maiden here, and the jump outs have been sort of very quiet, but by design. So the market will be telling.
Really lovely type of mare. She's very sensible. She looks like she's acclimatised particularly well to Australia too. She's been here for a good while and had the time to get used to our weather. Her coat's beautiful and healthy, and she hasn't turned a hair all day.
Parry Myers, the veteran of the field by age and race experience. What can you tell us about her, Hutch?
Pretty well exposed. They're not a bad run at Cranbourne, went forward, led up, got overrun late, but she's had 7 goes. I think she will win a maiden. This isn't an overly necessarily strong maiden, but it's stronger than probably what she's been competing in.
She's a lovely, strong type. I think I might have assessed her back in Caulfield a few starts ago, but other than that, I don't really know her particularly well. She's quite warm today when all the other horses are relatively calm, so just keep an eye on her behind the gates.
Zane Zena for the Corsons and Larkin team with Ben Allen to steer.
I was unlucky recently. I genuinely excused the overall race time flash, so got to get a little creative, but no, I wouldn't be surprised if Zane Zena ran better than the price, but we'll need to improve.
She's a good, strong type. She's just starting to break out in a sweat as well. Another one just to keep an eye on behind the gates. She's all right for now, but you don't want her to get too hot.
Your best bet on the program is Dame Florence, horse number 6.
Yeah, I just thought the form speaks for itself. I like the effort in defeat last start. Don't mind the claim for a horse, as Jules mentioned. It can probably position well. Both runs have been sound. I think it might be her turn today with race fitness on side.
Yeah, she looks excellent too. Just a really good parade from her. She's a lovely, sensible filly this. I thought that she's got a good bit of class about her, and she's looking like the main chance here.
Interesting seeing Damien Thornton pop up riding in Victoria over the next couple of days. Not sure what the go is there. Based in Brisbane these days. Some chance is his first ride here in the Open Hutch.
Yeah, didn't know that. But look, he used to do a fair bit of riding as well for Shane Freeman.
Yeah, he did,
didn't he? So, she's a nice filly. I just thought there weren't too many excuses over for 13.50 last start. She kept whacking away. She started 3.30, but she'll be winning a race sooner rather than later, but I didn't think it would be here.
She's a neat type of filly this. She's been consistently on her toes the whole time that she's been in the yard. She's got a good healthy glow to her coat though. She's been well prepared.
Tell us why you like Dame Florence as your best bet here in the Open Hutch.
Don't think she needs to improve to win. I think the runs at Cranbourne and Sandown are both contained merit. And she can put herself on pace and hopefully get it done. Zane Zen I thought would be some value. It's a strange market here with Bertajaj, who hasn't really budged. North Dakota obviously bringing that bonus season form, but there's not a move for the newcomer from the Wally Yard just yet.
Well, there's not much between Dame Florence and also North Dakota. I'm going to go Dame Florence on top. I thought it was just a faultless parade from her. She looks outstanding in the yard. She's a lovely quality type of filly and presented pretty much perfectly. North Dakota, as I touched on, he looks great. I think he definitely looks even fitter than what he did recently at Sandown, and he ran really well on that occasion. The other horse, first starter, would be
Jimmy. Welcome back, Jimmy.
Really good pedigree. Be interesting to see how she goes today. I welcome in Jack Turnbull from the Kieran Marr stable. How are we going to go here? Short price favourite, going well?
She is, yeah. She has been a work in progress with the barriers and just immaturity, but she tries. Yeah, 2 starts, couple of placings, and she's on a low gate here to hopefully get a nice economical run.
She was really good at Sandown recently. How has she come through that?
Couldn't complain. She has worked on nicely. She's always been pretty street smart. We've just had to manage her condition. She's not the heaviest of horses, but it's a very good opportunity to get some metropolitan form on her page. There wasn't anything beyond this for a couple of weeks, so we're here.
I'm okay, bro. How about you?
Playing off the back of this.
Got Cardi B also later on in the day, Jack. How's she?
She's well. She was unlucky not to win last start. We picked her with one of her own fighter trains. So, again, here chasing some metropolitan form. Is a mare that enjoys soft ground, so we've got that coming up this weekend if we were to be looking to back up somewhere next week, but fitting well and looking to win.
Taking a number of horses over to Adelaide again for the weekend. Who do you like best over there?
I have to go with Accidental Beard, just on progression, albeit his first emergency, so that makes it interesting, but exciting for us in Australian bloodstock. Anazaki did no wrong. He was unlucky here for a placing. and Twilight Elegance goes there.
Perfect.
For Adelaide Cup. If they do get rain, that's forecast, she will be right in the conditions.
Good luck. You can start the week off well here.
Thank you.
Not too far away from these horses being locked and loaded and set free for the opener here. Dame Florence 243.10, so very little change to this market. North Dakota 650. Parry Meyer, who has been well back since markets went up, 14 to 15 for Zane Zena. No real push there and some chances. Steady at that $51 quote. Beast Mode alive now. Points bet app, Spicy Odds, Caulfield, Ascot and Strathalbyn. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
Timmy, you had a good look at the form today?
Not a good look.
Yeah. That caught your eye?
I'm very, very interested to see how Trade Magnifique goes. And my interest was particularly piqued when I heard Trent Buston this morning saying that they are eyeing off the Proud Miss, which is over 1,200 metres at Northville in a couple of weeks. So that's the query with her, isn't it?
It is, but she actually looks like she relaxes quite well.
Yeah.
But we often see a lot of those 1,000-metre specialists, and that's what she is at this point in time, but she's only been over it. I think 1,200 could be okay for her, but I'm not sure if it's okay right now. That's the question mark. But the other factor today, where it might help them along a bit, is a lot of pace in that race.
There
She
is.
probably does get around one.
Indeed. Looking forward to a terrific day of racing, and it is all going to be expertly called by this man. Matty Hill, here he is for the first.
Hiya, Timmy. Nice to be with you on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon. The field are getting set here for this first event where Dame Florence has been heavily supported into 2:30. So they're loading up well. Just about right down there is North Dakota, who ran through the line well last start, joins them, and Ertajudge is going to be the final one. Ertajudge. Ridden here by Ben Mellon. Opportunity for James Johnston here on Dame Florence. Comes with big raps from Tasmania. As Ertajudge is the final one to join them. Second elect here, Ertajudge. We go 1,500 metres, rail out 3 and a good 4 on the heath. Set to go. Midweek racing at Caulfield, they're ready. Starter has them and away they go, and Parry Meyer towards the inside was one of the best to begin, with also showing speed Dame Florence in between horses. Zane Zena jumped well, trying to slot in behind those horses with some chance on the rails. 2 lengths away North Dakota, and Ertajudge is at the end of the field, reaching the 1,200 marker, and Parry Meyer is the leader by 3/4 of a length to the favourite Dame Florence. A length and a quarter, some chance in third, and the speed is okay. They were followed by Zane Zena in fourth, a couple of lengths Ertajudge, and last is North Dakota. Running off the back section now, 900 metres to go. Parry Meyer the leader by 3/4 of a length. Dame Florence is second, a length and a half to the bolter, some chance third in the Club Silks, the All Black on the inner. They were followed by Zane Zena, a length and a quarter North Dakota, snookered on the fence for the time being, and Ertajudge is last. So trying to get a breather up front, Parry Meyer the leader from Dame Florence, a half away at the 600 metres, a length to some chance, and then Zane Zena, North Dakota, and Ertajudge will have to pass them all. Coming up towards the corner, and it's Parry Meyer just given a dig and now kicks about a length and a quarter in front and quickened up from Dame Florence, who's flat chasing at the moment, and they were followed by some chance. Ertajudge around the outside is starting to launch a claim now. Parry Meyer halfway up the straight. Ertajudge is the threat. Ertajudge sidles on by from Parry Meyer, then North Dakota and some chance, but Ertajudge being guided to the line here, hands and heels, with 50 metres to go. North Dakota's coming hard, but Ertajudge a half.
3, 2, 4.
Second North Dakota, third Parry Meyer. Dame Florence didn't find a lot. Zane Zena and some chance last. Ertajudge, number 3. Interesting mare. She had one start in
3, 2, 4, and then 6. So there is nothing wrong with the horse. The only thing which was wrong, that I think the jock who was riding this, he has never been to this track. So that's where it went through. Okay. This is where the problem was, that the jock never raced here. That is a problem. So we'll go to the next 1,500 meter benchmark 66. Three has been scratched. 6, 7, 8, and 10. See, the odds are right. Okay. The odds are right about this horse. Why is it right? So if we look what is happening, okay, so that's the highest drop, okay, and probably it is it's on a low pressure, and it is the highest drop. Probably they're downplaying. Now this is where it becomes tricky. Do we know whether they're playing down? So we'll try to figure that out. Let's see. They probably are. They probably are. I mean, they probably are fake. You know, I think it is the right odd. They're downplaying probably. Uh, Probably they're downplaying. So I think six is downplaying, but uh, that's one side of the story. That still is an assumption. I mean, the odds are saying that six is going to win, and why it is going to win is because it's a drop in class, and that drop in class is probably a fake. This horse is trying to get the right opportunity at the right place, and they're trying to do that. That's one way of looking at it, and probably the market is right. That's how it is. But that four is a check. Okay. So now why the four is a check is because if we look through the baseline, all right, these two horses, they kind of, on a 58, they don't have anything going on. 8 is there within the odds, which is a 55 with a lot of leverage, which is coming through. But when we look at the leverage on 4 and through the base, it is on a lower side. They kind of are on the same place. Okay, this thing is probably fake what they're doing. But how it should work, okay, how it should work. So it's a bit 1500 meter. We just had a 1500 meters. So it went through pressure lines. Okay, it went through pressure lines. The 3 won, and then it is 2, 4, and then 6. 3 won with the pressure line, even with the resistance. So the 7 is there in some equation. The 7 is there. The 8 is from a 55, which is like that. So we'll see how that gets there. But the 4 is not there within the odds. Okay. So that 4 is a check. So the way I look at it, I think 6 should win if it doesn't, because that's a 2.5. Okay, that's a drop of 2.5, and the lowest one, which is here, is this one, which is the 5, which is here. It has a fantastic job, but on a 58, this thing is almost the same. So that probably the 58s are into tricky position. All the 58s are into tricky position. So that's one side of the story. But if we look at these two horses, okay, so we know the 7 is getting into stress. The leverage is there, which is there. 6 is the favorite, which is playing down, and 4 is the next. This is also playing up. This is very high playing up at 21. they don't have the leverage, but here this thing is there. Now the one, let's first talk about one. What is the one? One is the highest drop. Okay, now I mean that's the highest from where it is coming from. That's not the highest drop. That's the second highest drop. But the form line is absolutely pathetic. So that probably is not going anywhere. If it does some magic, because the leverage is still there, if it does some magic, it is going to be something very unexpected happening. But I don't see that happening. But here there is a chance that this is a 2.5, this is a 2. This one is not in a position. This one is in a stress. 10 is very bad through leverage, not working. It's also a drop. Then the 8, which is here, is a 2.5. And then rest we know. So the 4 probably is something which is there. So the how this might play, okay, so if the 6 wins, the 6 wins because they're downplaying probably, and it's a higher class with a low pressure, so definitely that stands a chance. So if the 6 wins, then you know it directly going to 7 is a little difficult task, because that's a 56 with 23, and we are getting a deduction here. But this one is on 22, we are getting an addition here. So probably 4 is in between. This is going to be a low pressure. So I think it is how it should play. I don't know. If the 6 wins, the 6 wins, but the 4 probably is there in between. We'll see how that works. Gate, welcome back, Gate. So, gentlemen, if you've joined late, here is a quick recap of what is going on. So I've removed the depreciation side because I had to open up the base. So base basically is the structural configuration of how the horses are placed in the race card. This is basically how it works when the trainers, they put the horses through the application, and then it gets accepted, and finally you have the declaration where you get the horses in the race card. So this is at the acceptance level where the system basically looks at on the priority level. So if you look at a race card, there's always a particular way of putting the horses. You see number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. Why is that? Numbering is there, and how are they ranked one after another is the basis of this. Okay. So higher the base is, they should be on top of the card, and then going through the drop and going through everything else, there's a system without a system, globally, a race card cannot be uniform. So there is a system in place. So this system, basically what we do here is we do a very methodical job. It's a very bookish job. There is no smart work in here. It is not that anything smart is happening. We are just mathematically calculating what is possible, what is not possible. Now, when I say that, so when the base is high, so why the base is going to be high? The base is going to be high because it is coming with a lot of potential. What is the difference between the base and the leverage? Base basically is the way of articulating the race card, and leverage is the promotion on the horses. So a higher base does not mean that this horse is going to be placed number one on the race card. That is also going to be calculated with the drop. It is also going to be calculated with the leverage. All that will happen, but the base basically will show why that horse is there and why it is not the favorite. Okay, so a higher base, lower leverage, no good. Lower base, higher leverage, very good. Higher base and higher leverage is optimal. So these are the things that needs to be taken care of. I mean, we always look at the race card, and I mean, even if you look here, so I'll just open up RaceNet, Caulfield. So this is the race 2, all right? So now number 1, number 2, number 4, number 5, number 6. This is how the race card looks like. Even if you buy a printed book, it'll look like this because they have been given a number. But on what basis that number has been given? And how are they placed like this? So there is a mathematics behind this. It is not a random thing.
price, Timmy, so we'll be avoiding black marks.
That kind of horse too, but this backup will do him no harm whatsoever. He's obviously very fit. It's not a horse that I really see all that often, but there's nothing wrong with the way that he's presented if he can bounce back off that poor run.
Cameron Falls for the Hopes, and Ryan Houston is going to go around at an each way price here, $13 at the moment. Points bet, Hutch.
Coming from a good form race, that race won by Cripps, who was far from disgrace at Flemington today. I know
Yes,
beat now.
ran well.
There's been 2 winners out of the race, a couple of place getters, effectively sort of half a drop in class, claim on as well, so carries the same weight. So there's a few factors there that can see him up well.
He looks really good, this horse. His coat is beautiful. He's lovely and fit. He's been up a good while now. Had one crack on this surface and he's won here before over a shorter distance. So things are lining up that he should be running well again.
Heavenly Eagles out. 4 is Blue Cowboy for Mick Kent. 4th at Sale first up when well back to late. Ruby Lamont in the saddle on that occasion. 2nd up, getting slightly up in trip in Hutch.
Yeah, I thought the first up run was pretty good. Why with that cover? Probably didn't land in, the ideal spot. So I thought there were some excuses, and we'll strip a little bit fitter. He's still in improving type. I think he's one to keep safe here.
He's a horse that's hard to recommend from a yard point of view because he gets himself so worked up beforehand. I have seen him previously and he paraded very similar. So obviously this is just him, but he is hard to recommend.
5 is Rock Them Jules. Chris Waller looking for a race-to-race double. John McNeil rides this fast at Rock Gelding, who was disappointing on Lakeside last start.
That it was. I thought it was disappointing, to be brutally honest, and not sure what the excuse may have been. Now we know that his best form is good enough, so that's something to consider. And Jules pointed out a couple of factors with Rock and Jules, but no, I'm not sure how to play him now. I'd be probably more leaning against him than for him because he's becoming quite unpredictable.
Yeah, I agree. The horse looks sensational here. I think it's probably the best parade in the yard. It's whether or not you can trust that he's going to have 100% of a red-hot crack here, but his condition and the way that he's been turned out couldn't be any better.
6 is Toll Puddle for Nick Ryan and Mark Zara. This is a fascinating runner today, Hutch.
Yeah, key positive, up to 1,500 third run in. Thought got to the line pretty well behind the Grumpy Bear last start. So Zara as well getting on board. So some nice positive there. And yeah, as I think the key with him is good enough, but he's got to recapture some of those old numbers that he used to be able to produce. If he can do that, he'll take some beating in the market saying he will.
He's a big, strong horse, yes. I think he would have got better with the couple of starts that he's had this preparation. He's not too far off his peak now in regards to his fitness.
7's Flowerdale for Lindsay Park. Logan Bates, barrier number 7. 5th at Lakeside last start in the same race that Rock Them Jules comes through.
Pulled up lame and he's had an issue or two lately, but no, he's good enough once again. He does need to find his best form.
She's due a change of luck, isn't she? Not much has gone right the last couple, but she's been turned out beautifully. She's definitely at her peak.
Cardi B's been in good form at her last couple of starts for Kieran Marr. Jabez Johnston in the saddle here, Hutch.
Yeah, slow race, so had its chance, but in good form. I think, it's probably a fair price at $5. I went with it in a very competitive race.
She looks excellent. I think she looks as good as what she did last start at Sandown, where she just narrowly got
Gatekeeper like 7.
Real Liker for Bo Mertens and Greg Urell resumes this afternoon.
The 7 is the one to beat, but it is also getting tailed.
And that's exactly how she presents here too. She looks like she's got a nice base of
The
fitness. but she's got
7
that improvement
is the
to come.
one to
Warnos
beat.
for Danny O'Brien.
But it is
and
also
Jamie
getting
Mellors.
tailed.
He's been battling this time in for whatever reason, Hutch.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying that the was overhyped early, but it was probably overbet a number of times, that's for sure. And needs to turn things around. It's only 1 at 12 and haven't seen too many excuses lately.
Yeah, he looks really good in the yard here. I'm just not quite sure how well the horse is going. To be fair, he'd be a bit of a frustrating one, but couldn't fault what I was saying.
All right, Hutch, tricky race, race number 2. Once again, over the 1,500 metres is 0 to 66 here. Cardi B on top for you.
Yeah, it wasn't a. I think it was a very competitive race. It wasn't a super confident selection. I honestly believe any one of these could win it. Flowerdale's capable, but it's had some issues. Blue Cowboy will strip a bit fitter. Maybe wants a bit further. Toll Puddle. You got to sort of join the dots a little bit with Toll Puddle, but if you are doing it, it's looking favourable at the moment, particularly on the back of that market support. But no, happy to be with Cardi B, a horse that can also settle in a prominent position.
Team here, Hutchie. Cardi B for me as well. I thought she presented beautifully here. She was great at Sandown recently, only just narrowly got beaten, and she looks really good once again here today. On the rest, I thought Cameron Falls has been turned out really well. He looks great. He's a lovely gentleman of a horse. It's always in really good order. Rock Them Jules looks fantastic. I just don't know if I can trust him or if he's going well enough. Another horse is Flowerdale. They catch up with the wonderful Ben Hayes. How is Flowerdale, Ben?
Good. Her manners today were great. We were very happy with the way she paraded, and thought her run the other day was good. They really ran along, and she was just a month between runs that day, and she was at a peak a long way from home, and it was a good effort. I think only one horse passed her, and she was good to the line. So with that run under her belt, we're hoping today she can get the job done.
How would you like things to work out today for her?
A little bit tricky. She's not a horse you can bang and just put her on speed. So we've told Logan to try have her as close as she can without making a hold of position. So I'm hoping we're not last, but hopefully midfield with a bit of cover, and she'll be coming over the top of them.
You got two other runners for the day, Ben, Free Flying and Aleppo Pine. How are they?
Free Flying, she's had a couple of starts now. She's well educated. She's trolled up well. I think 1,000 around the heath is suitable. She's got very good gate speed, so she should be put herself on the rail and hopefully be very hard to catch. And Aleppo Pine, very happy with him. His final piece of work was excellent. It's probably the weakest race he's ran in for a while, so I'm hoping he can turn up and also run very well. I think they're all in the market, so hopefully get a winner.
Got a lovely filly at home by the name of Indy. How's she going?
Very good. I was just talking about her. She's sleeping through the night, and she's getting big ticks of approval. So, no, she's been a lot of fun, and we're definitely enjoying it.
Oh, she absolutely gets top marks if she's sleeping. Well done and good luck here.
That's important being a horse trainer.
We all know it. Good luck, Ben.
Let's have a quick look at the market here. Flowerdale is now favourite, so interesting betting move. These two have just swapped. Flowerdale 420 and 480 for Toll Puddle. Jules, this has been a little bit of an interesting move at the top of this points bet market.
Yeah, to push Toll Puddle out in the last sort of 5 minutes. The one down the bottom, Ornos, you can get sort of 6, but that's about to absolutely evaporate as well. So Flowerdale's solid. Toll Puddle soft in the last 5 minutes, and Ornos in the last 5 minutes is the one that they want to beat with.
So Cardi B on top for Hutchie, $5.50. Urtajar took out the first race over 1,500 metres, blending into the race at the top of the straight, putting them away very, very easily. What were your takeaways from that performance in race number 1, Jules? It looks like a nice horse with a big ceiling.
It's an EW on the 4, Lightning.
Where the ceiling is going to be for that horse, so that's a positive. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do, whether they just go softly or they aim up, but Ben Mellon, as he jumped off, said, no, just keep it simple with this horse. It's got a lot to learn, so nice horse to look for the future.
Indeed. Hutch, where does Cardi B get to in the run?
Pretty versatile. I'd hope they go forward, but I think reasonably versatile. I thought this was a hard race, to be honest. I thought, there was queries around a lot of runners that were capable, like Rock Them Jules is good on his day, but you don't always get it. Toll Puddle now up in trip.
John, welcome back.
We've got other horses that have had sort of some issues. Flowerdale, namely, who I quite liked the other day, and Louis Bartas beat in that race, but did pull up lame. There was another issue, I think, prior to that. So I don't mind forgiving in one run when they're getting multiple different reasons in multiple starts when there's an issue. It's not great. So I thought it was a bit tricky. That's why I ended up signing with Cardi B. He does need to improve, as Jules said, on some sort of figures. I thought the last race, the speed figure would rate down a bit because they went so slow. So it depends how much you could possibly bonus it. And she actually ran well, but the winner, Foi de Tron, is a pretty handy horse.
Yes.
So I was happy to go with her, but it wasn't. It was a race where I thought it was really hard, to be honest. I wasn't going to get too heavily invested in.
Just switching tack quickly, Jules and Hutch. Gee, it's an interesting situation that Accidental Bid finds himself in. The South Australian Derby favourite, waiting on a scratching, which...
Will he get one? Will he get a run?
Well, when you listen to those people that have done the ring around, no.
And it's such it looks a competitive race, so if you are...
if you're 50-50, you're going to be having a crack,
crack,
particularly if the favourite's not in the race.
You're not going to get an opportunity as a 3-year-old to win a Group 1 race too often, especially these type of Australian horses that once they become 4, probably going to fall off the cliff a little bit. So, yeah, he's going to struggle to get in.
Moving into the barriers here. Matty Hill's also with Cardi B, so siding with Hutch. That is a positive sign if you want to back Cardi B. Here is the great man for race number 2.
Great, Tim. Didn't think it was the easiest race. This second race on the program, but Cardi B, again with James Johnston aboard, thought that run at Sandown was good enough for this. Has to negate the outside alley, but not an easy race. It's as though they're going to have to vet one of these. Just eavesdropping in on the conversation. Number 6 here, Toll Puddle, is going to undergo a vet's examination. So vet having a look at Toll Puddle. I'm just wondering if the jockey in Mark Zara spotted something initially, but the vet having a good look at Toll Puddle. Now the vet is having a look at Toll Puddle here as Cardi B goes in next to Blue Cowboy and Real Liker, and the vet now having a look at Toll Puddle. Mark Zara's dismounted. So now the assistant starters on the walkie-talkie. I think you'll find this is coming out. Haley Addison on scales this afternoon, just letting us know. 125 bets Toll Puddle. Haley, thank you. 125 Toll Puddle.
6 got scratched.
Bookmakers rule a line. A late scratching there at the stalls. So the officialdom have all been informed, so the race can get underway. Down to a field of 8. Centre up. Stalls are back and away. Rock Them Jules from barrier number 2 jumped away well. Cardi B away fairly and has roused up around them. Black Max on the inside has also ridden with urgency, and Blue Cowboy settling down. It's on the inside, Black Max, Blue Cowboy, and out deeper on the track, Cardi B trying to find a position from Cameron Falls, then Rock Them Jules at the 1200. 3/4 of a length away to Ornos Flowerdale, and last of all in the race, one off the fence, Real Liker.
He's raving the horse like nobody's
with the
business
outside
now.
Blue Cowboy. Solid tempo off the back by 2 lengths. They were followed in third by Cardi B, who was able to slot in. 2 for the back, Cameron Falls, Rock Them Jules, a length and a quarter, Ornos Flowerdale, last Real Liker, 750 out. So it's Black Max, Blue Cowboy. They've been cutting at each other. They're 2 lengths in front. I'm in third place, getting a good run on those Cardi B. A length Rock Them Jules just starting to hit a bit closer. Then Cameron Falls, Flowerdale, Ornos and Real Liker as they come up towards the turn. Black Max hasn't had a lot of peace. 450 metres to go. A length in front of Blue Cowboy, flat to the boards. Cardi B hooked to the outside. Rock Them Jules, Cameron Falls behind them from Flowerdale, tracking into it from Real Liker. It's Black Max, 250 metres to go. A length and a quarter. Rock Them Jules coming with a searching run, and Cardi B on the outside. Rock Them Jules takes the lead. Cardi B and Cameron Falls late with Flowerdale. Cardi B up to Rock Them Jules. Real Life is starting to get through. Cardi B took the front close to the line. Welcome to Melbourne, James Johnston. Cardi B has won it from a photo. Real Liker and Flowerdale, then Cameron Falls. Next, Rock Them Jules, Blue Cowboy, Black Max and Ornos at the end. Cardi B, James Johnston for Kieran Maher. Big win for that young rider, and the mare by Ardrossan. That's been a good gutsy display. Went with them early, sat right behind the 2 leaders that carved out decent fractions. Was left in front in the straight. They've come left, right and centre, but she's pulled out enough, Cardi B. She's been racing consistently for Kieran Maher with a packet and win recently, and also a good placing at Sandown in the Apprentice Series. 3 kilo claim of James Johnston, 54.5. Young man coming with the big raps to Melbourne and gets the cash. Cardi B, number 8, the winner. As we stand by for the full set of details, number 9 coming through late. Bo Mertens for Greg Urell, Real Liker, and Flowerdale, number 7 in third. Logan Bates for Team Hayes. Fourth, number 2, Cameron Falls. It was 3/4 by a short half head. 1:30.57 for the 1500 metres. Another class record. 1:30.57. 8.97 and
897 and 2. 9 coffee, Jimmy. 897 and 2. So 8 went through. Six got scratched, so 6 was not there. 8, 9. That's how the base. It's a midweek. We'll keep a track of the base. 8, 9, 7, and 2. 4 did not reach here. They did a weird job on this. They kind of started raving that horse, which they shouldn't have. Anyway, we'll go to the next. I have no clue what's going on. Number 1 has been scratched. 8239. So this thing is going to be tricky. Why? Because the 8 is the favorite. Now the 8 is probably a bad idea. Why? So through the match it is okay. For the first cycle it is okay. Through the match it's okay. But there are two things. One is it dropped significantly here. So that's one of the way looking at it. Now, what is happening is this is the lowest challenger. Okay. So if we look through that, then these two are drop in class and 8 is the challenger from here, but it doesn't have the leverage to actually complement what it is trying to achieve. So that's the fact. And then we have these horses which are here, which are on a higher class than this, and they are all, apart from the 7, they are all from here till here, they all are doing it for the first time, racing for the first time. 8 is the favorite, but from here till here we have that. Now this is not a handicapped race. This one is going to be like this. We don't have linears here like we had linears. We don't have linears here. So that's where it starts. 5 and 4 is where it starts. Those two are EWs, and then the 7, which is here, is the largest drift, but that is also not doing great. This one is also on the similar lines. So they are all like that. Things can go wrong. That 10 is the horse to beat. Okay, so that 10, we know when it is like that, the lowest. All right, that is the stress level on this. So that's the largest con, which means that this is the horse to be beaten, the 10. The 8 is the favorite. But things can go wrong here. Things can go terribly wrong. Things can go terribly wrong, especially this one is on a 57. We have these two horses on 58. We don't know what is happening here. So yeah, things can go wrong. But that 10 is the horse which needs to be beaten. Okay. That was amazing, Jimmy. 9. Yeah, that was a 5-year-old mare. Which one was a 5-year-old mare? The 9, yes. A super body weight on that. He got there. 8 won. The 9, the 4 got raved very badly. The 8 actually is a good horse. It is a good horse. It did not happen. Here we don't have the linears. Times 9. Yeah, it's very difficult to work with them, Jimmy. You're right. Also, this track is a little tricky. This track is a triangle shaped track, so it's a little tricky.
Race 3, Hutch, on the Heath track, 1,000 metres for the 2-year-old gallopers. Interesting race, free flying. First of the Yulong horses we get to have a look at here. This one trained by Lindsay Park and to be ridden by Jamie Mellon from an inside draw.
Like the jump outs look pretty sharp, and I like that form. I mean, ran a good second in the debutante on debut, beaten by Torture. That horse went on with it. And then they ran an English race, forget that. It was a wet track. Then went to Caulfield, Eternal Warrior, the form that Jules mentioned. Lined up against the favourite. There wasn't nothing separating them. And I think can win here.
Big filly this, but everything's perfectly in proportion. She looks like she's strengthened up a little bit from last preparation too. She's just got a touch warm out the back, but I can't see that impacting her performance.
3's up Ambulate, the first of the debutantes we get to have a look at here for Trent Buston and Natalie Young. Craig Williams in the saddle, always a positive for these debutantes. A Cranbourne jump-out winner on multiple occasions this colt. Hutch.
Good work. Pretty testing conditions the morning of the most recent jump out, but he seemed to come through it well enough, and obviously there's some market confidence, stable confidence in how he'll perform. So doesn't have the race experience, but he's impressed in his work.
He seems like an absolute dude. He couldn't be handling himself any better for his first day at the races. Nothing is phasing him whatsoever. Nice, loose-moving, big, strong type. I quite like him.
4 is Oxford Street. Damien Thornton steering for Anthony and Sam Friedman and Godolphin. Also on debut, this Exceed and Excel colt.
Yeah, I think he's going to need to show a little bit more race day than what he did in his most recent jump out. But jump out. So look, the market's not giving you a massive push either. So probably best watch today.
It presents quite well. He's handling himself well for his first day out as well. It's like he has been here before. He's quite a nice type of horse. Everything is well balanced. His coat's nice and healthy, so there's no knock from where I'm standing.
5 is Ringling, Luke Curry riding for Anthony and Sam Friedman. So the two stablemates in saddlecloth order next to each other. Nice enough jump out heading into the debut for this Acrobat colt Hutch.
I thought he went all right, actually. He was sort of in a bit of restricted room in one of those jump outs, and I think he had a bit to offer. Like you could look at it a few different ways, but it seemed like there was something there, and getting a price. And yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if he ran a better race than what the price he's put out at the moment.
He looks like a 2-year-old, this horse. He looks quite precocious and quite zippy. He's very handsome. Everything is nicely balanced. He is getting himself a touch warm behind, but his attitude's really quite good. So he might just be a hot sort of a horse.
Home Affairs flying as a stallion, another of his progeny shooting break here for Dom Sutton and Dan Stackhouse.
Yeah, I like the way this horse went too. I think he's another one. I know the market's not necessarily with him, but he's looked pretty good. Dom Sutton does a good job. This horse has shown enough in his work, I think, to be competitive here.
Yeah, he's been turned out lovely too. He's just a little bit tense in the yard, just tossing his head around a little bit there too, but it's okay for now. But obviously it hasn't come as a surprise. He's quite athletic, he's tall, he's handsome. I think that he's quite a flashy looking horse.
Quarters is resuming for Mark and Levi Kavanagh and Jai McNeil.
That it is. Yeah, I think there wasn't a great deal shown sort of at that debut, over raced a fraction, but the work since has been sound enough, and I thought this horse probably deserves some respect if the market came with it.
He's a real big, scopy, raw type of horse. I think that he's going to end up a really quite a powerful big boy when he finishes growing. You can still see that he's got a bit of filling out to do. He's quite forward in condition for today, though.
Morning Whisper for Kieran Murray and Tom Stockdale Hutch, 5th in the Mercer Cooper on debut last preparation.
Finished alongside free flying, but that was her first start of the race. So she will improve, and it looked that way in her recent jump out. She sat back, worked along beautifully. I think that Eternal Warrior form is strong form, and I like the Mercer Cooper form. And there's no knock at all with her. She's firm in the market, deserving so.
Yeah, she looks like she's come back better and more furnished this time round, which is what you'd expect too. She's just filled out quite nicely. I never think she's going to be a big burly type, but her weight range looks really good for today. Her attitude's excellent.
Brevitas on debut for Philip Stokes and Beau Mertens, a Doubtland filly.
Second in the most recent jump out, nice enough. Was in the same heat as Oxford Street. I thought it was pleasing work without
Yep,
getting carried away with
Jimmy.
the right price.
Quite a racy type of filly. This not overly big, but very neat, and everything is nicely balanced. She's had a really good attitude the entire time that she's been in the yard too. She hasn't turned her head.
Forbidden Desire for Lloyd Kennewell and Logan Bates here. Hutch also comes through the Merson Cooper last start and then was good in the race won by Wonderful Sky first up at Pakenham.
Yeah, race fitness and experience on side, so that's a positive. And I think she's shown a bit. I wouldn't put it past her figuring the finish, but I think just a couple of others that look a little slicker on their credentials thus far.
She's a good type, this. She's lovely and strong, nice deep girth, and quite a powerful, loose-moving filly too. Another one that's been on her best behaviour the whole time that she's been in the yard. I can't fault her parade.
Rabare for Nick Ryan and Dakota Keane resumed at Cranbourne over 1,000 metres and ran second in the race, won by Sunbliss.
Yeah, this is a harder race, but showed pace, went forward, has 53 kilos today. Once again, race fitness experience inside, and has to improve on ratings, but it's only third career start and could well do that.
She's quite mature in appearance, this filly. She's tall, she's strong. She definitely would present more like a 3-year-old rather than a 2-year-old if you didn't know any better. She's another one. She's just getting a touch warm behind, but I can't see that having any impact on performance.
All right, Buster, we're on the board with Cardi B kicking things off in the previous, and you're very keen on the chances of free flying here.
I am. I thought, and it was more also because of a price thing, because I
9
felt
looks
that
spectacular.
whilst Morning Whisper might be tough to beat, and I thought there was too much discrepancy between free flying and Morning Whisper. I thought the map would favour free flying as well. So happy to be with them. They are getting tighter, albeit Morning Whisper is still a marginal favourite, but I think that's the right form from last preparation. Obambulate is in effect, and the horse is a big price of the newcomers. The other one, Shooting Break for Don Sutton and the team. I thought some of that track work had been pretty good. And named that most recent jump out, definitely something to work with. 2, 8, 3, and 6.
I go a slightly different order to you, Hutchie. I am with Morning Whisper on top from the yard. I thought she presented beautifully. She looks to have filled out a little bit from last preparation. Her parade was really solid today. I do like the debutant in Obambulate. I thought he presented really well. Seems like an absolute dude of a horse. Great attitude. You couldn't ask for him to be prepared any better than that. And of the rest, I thought Forbidden Desire and Robert both presented really quite well. Catching up with one and only Trent Busselton. Lovely colt.
Yeah, he's nice and settled. He's taken it all on his stride, so hopefully he runs up to Ways Babe.
His trials have been super coming into this as well. Has he always been a horse that's shown you a fair bit from a very early stage?
I went Shinsaw a couple of times and just little growing pains, and this was the first time we really got to apply any pressure. And he's just copped the 2 jump out, so might as well carry on.
He seemed to show really good gate speed in his trials at home. Is that the intention to go forward today?
Yes, yeah. As with Craig, as always, leave it to him, but barrier 2. So if he jumps well, he'll certainly hopefully be up there.
You guys have had a wonderful time with your young horses over the last couple of years. Where do you think potentially he could measure up? I know that's a big question, but is he showing you a good bit?
He has, but that race day and jump outs are just different. They've got to do it today. I'll be disappointed if he don't run well today, but got to see him do it.
What 2-year-olds would make us look silly on race day as trainers? Never heard it before.
Like all horses.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Morning Whisper, $2.80 here with PointsBet, $3.50 for free flying. So the Whisper's just on the drift, and the one Hutchie likes just being chipped away at here, free flying. A Bambulate $5.50, good push if you are keen on its chances from Trent Busselton. Forbidden Desire $9.50, Brevitas $13, $16 for Shooting Break. And then 20 or better the rest headed by Rabare. But Morning Whisper, $2.80 at the moment, just slightly easy from $2.65 when we last checked in. Jules, did you have an opinion here or any observations looking at this market as to what might happen over the next couple of minutes?
I think I'll get a little bit closer, free flying and Morning Whisper from a market perspective. I think Morning Whisper will probably get pushed down to $3. I think if you wait, you get the 3 in front at some stage. And free flying is pretty solid across the board. Abambulate that last 2 minutes, you wanted to see something for the first starter. Yeah, 6 into 5, that's a really good push. And sort of they've forgotten about the rest. Maybe Forbidden Desire, a little bit of support for it into single figures. But yeah, they'll get closer together and good support for the first starter from Buston and Young, which is a nice push.
Ideally, how does the race work out here for your top selection, one of your better players on the program, Hutch?
Well, Free Flying's very fast out the gates. And Morning Whisper sort of sat back in a jump out. I think second start, career start for Morning Whisper, and where it's drawn, I think they'll be. I didn't think it'd ping the leads necessarily or jump well and be prominent, but they'll be looking to just find a spot and let Morning Whisper finish off. But I think Free Flying, it's sort of you're going to be right in the firing line very early on, and I think there'll be a map advantage for Free Flying. That said, I don't think there's any necessarily best spot to be, but you'll just be in that front 2 or 3 positions where I wasn't sure that Morning Whisper would be there. I think the newcomer for Trent Busson and Nat Young, Obambulate, it sort of settled back a little bit as well. The horse that could show some speed here that's of the newcomers was Dom Sutton's horse. I wouldn't be surprised if it showed a bit of pace in the race.
Shooting break, yeah. Ironic, isn't it? Shooting break's got early speed. All right, we're about 60 seconds away here, Hutch. Free Flying, one of your better plays on the program. Matty Hill's got the 2 from the Yulong Investments team on top, just the other way around. Morning Whisper to beat Free Flying. $3 now for Morning Whisper and $3.50 for Free Flying. So as Jules predicted, this gap is just getting a little bit closer as we edge towards the start here for race number 3. Track after a couple of races, Hutch seems to be playing perfectly.
Yeah, we had the first winner was a class above, but settled last, one off the fence. Came, what would you say, lane 5 or 6 in the straight, and I think it was a similar lane 5 or 6 for Cardi B, who settled one off the fence as well. So nothing wrong with that part of the track. We've had a good spread with the others in terms of where they've come from. Certainly no, you're not thinking up and in or anything like that. Like I'd rather be settling off the fence and probably coming, sort of lanes 3 to 8 in the straight.
Making their way down to the barriers here for the loading process to begin. They're probably going to jump a little bit late, you would imagine, here, gents, as we just get to the final stages of the elements.
We interviewed Blogsy earlier.
Yes.
He's going to be at the ball.
He is.
I'm going to be at the ball.
No, I'm not.
Jules was going to the ball.
Yeah, should we address that elephant in the room?
No, he's left me out. What about you? Are you gonna? We're supposed to be mates. We're supposed to be friends here. Do I know where I stand? What's happening?
Sounds like you're in trouble. Sounds like this friendship's on the rocks.
I think you're going to have to start working the phones and trying to find some other friends here, Clint.
All I can say is, wow. Disappointing.
Yeah, it is disappointing. I just can't believe Jules pulled the rug from underneath you.
I need to find better mates.
Duo.
I know that. I need to find better friends. You'd like to just care factor zero. You've just left me out there hanging. Anyway, I'm going to have a good time down there with lots of people. There's lots of people that I know that are.
It just sounds like you're not. Because you're really not.
Well, I was hoping you guys would come down.
So was I.
You were all talking it up.
No, we were.
Down with me, but anyway, that's another matter.
The tent's just being reshot here, punters, as we gibber away in the background. Warrnambool. So Matty was saying that 15 mil of rain predicted on Sunday. So you know it's Warrnambool time when the rains are coming.
Yeah, although Warrnambool the last, I went down a couple of years ago for one day, and the last time I was there was a few years ago on the coverage, and it was quite nice.
Were you there that day when it was really windy in the morning? A few years back?
No, I wasn't there.
I thought the roof of the Comfort Inn up by the racecourse was going to blow off. That's how windy it was.
Yeah, you're a light sleeper apparently, so it's not a surprise.
Heard you're sleeping well at the moment.
At least I can get to sleep.
No, don't even talk to me about it. That's why I'm in a bad mood.
Yeah, he's in a bad mood, isn't he? Another winner, hopefully that might change his
I need
outlook on life.
15 mil, you said Sunday, Warrnambool. Then up to 10 Monday, and up to 5 on Tuesday. So
what about temperatures, Julesy, for the 3 days of the carnival?
20 Sunday, but obviously it doesn't start. 19 Monday, and then we decrease to about 17, 18 Tuesday.
Oh, that's
so
all right.
by that sort of,
That's palatable.
yeah, 15 probably for Cup Day Thursday. Probably
It's a heat wave for down there.
I don't think Blogsy will care.
No, everybody's winter. He'll need a different set of attire than what he had in Perth, however.
Yes.
This is sort of guaranteed.
Yes.
Yeah, still doing some
redoing
work out there.
Teddy,
Still
yeah.
doing a bit of reshowing.
Yep, so Forbidden Desire for Lloyd Kennewell and Logan Bates is the horse in question here, punters. So nothing too alarming yet. We're just causing a slight delay.
So you're not going to Warrnambool, are you going to South Australia? Because I know you've got a lot of,
lot of fans.
followers there, a lot of fans there. They
I'll be
want
there
to see the
Goodwood
big
Day.
red.
I'll be there Goodwood Day.
Goodwood Day.
Looking
Nice.
forward to it.
That's Saturday week.
Saturday week. Yeah, I might go.
Okay.
Well, I've ditched one of them.
Well, I know. Well, now you've got some free time. I know where I stand in the world, Tim. Disappointing.
Oh, dear. All right. We're about 3.5 minutes past start time here. And I really hope this reshotting work's almost complete. Because
There's nothing more to do. Well, I don't think Matty Hill's calling today. I don't know if Matty. I think Matty's.
Gee, you are walking a bit ginger.
I think Matty's not going to be at the ball next week either. I think he might be travelling elsewhere. But we're going to be going up with Matty to Bendigo on Saturday.
So 10 races,
10
big fields at Bendigo.
Always
it's a great day on the country racing calendar.
Nursery of Champions.
How many times will that get said during the broadcast?
Well, quite a few.
While we wait, punters, that's obviously going to be terrific, but the real fascinating story is this ongoing situation.
Are they going to back up Silver's sister?
Yes.
They are.
Yes.
And he can win.
Yes. She's 450.
Yeah,
I like both the fillies.
It was a hard run race, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was, but I get,
Doesn't worry you that?
No, it's not that. Look, to be honest, it just depends. But I like the way it travels through races, and it's got a good base behind it. Very different to, say, the favourite, who does no base behind it whatsoever. You're just predicting that it's going to be able to eat up 1.5 miles at its third start.
Gee, just before we get to Maddie, the phone's lighting up. The viewers at home are demanding that you pick things up and lift a little bit here, Hutch. Don't let your pain and agony get in the way of having a good time.
I don't know if I've got it in me.
One man who always has that intestinal fortitude is Matty Hill. Matty, better late than never. We're about 5 minutes past start time, but over to you.
Yes, 5 minutes past starting time, and I've just been watching the markets. Free Flying's been a drifter whilst the reshotting of Forbidden Desire has gone on, and the money is coming for Morning Whisper and Forbidden Desire. Ironically, Forbidden Desire $11 into $7.50, Morning Whisper into $2.96. So they're filling the stalls swiftly. Quarters is going to be one of the last, with also Shooting Break. Last couple getting set for the 2-year-old contest of the day. So Shooting Break goes in, quarters to complete it. Third event of the afternoon.
Last one.
And they're ready. Set to go.
Very good. Right, clear.
And away they go. Wriggling away moderately and going back towards the end of Bambulate with also Quarters. Jumping well, Forbidden Desire and Rubare. They lead Oxford Street and also Morning Whisper, who got to fourth in that black distinguishing cap. Shooting Breakers next, then Free Flying. A length and a quarter Ringling beyond centre field, followed by a Bambulate, and then came Brevitas. And at the tail of the field is Quarters. So it's Rubare who's fired up in the lead by about 3/4 of a length here at the 600 from Forbidden Desire. Oxford Street next, Morning Whisper about to slide 3 deep. Then Shooting Break, Free Flying on the rails. Well back in the field are Bambulate, Ringling, Brevitas and Quarters. So it's Rubare into the straight and scooted away about 1.5 lengths Oxford Street. Forbidden Desire, Free Flying up on the inside. Then Morning Whisper, Rubare with about 100 metres to go from Oxford Street. Forbidden Desire, Morning Whisper. Rubare still going strongly. And Rubare's won it. From
11.
second place, getting through Shooting Break, and then it was Oxford Street or Morning Whisper, then Forbidden Desire, not a lot changed. Free Flying next, then a Bambulate. Further back, Quarters, well back in the field, Ringling and Brevitas. Rubare, who was beaten under a length last start, running the Maribyrnong Trail back in October. Dakota King with 53 kilos, the filly by Rubik, trained by Nick Ryan, and she steals it. Rubare the winner. Rubare first, number 11. At around 17.90 and 3.60. Second will be a Photo Shooting Break, prominent ahead of Oxford Street, and then Morning Whisper ahead of Forbidden Desire. But Rubare the winner, number 11. taking out race number 3. There was a little bit of interest for her. 20 into 17 at one point, starting around the $18 mark on VOP and raced by Enride along with the Campolina group. G. Dawson behind the glass racing, Miss Crichton, Miss N. Dennis, the off to the track group, G. Reed, J. Sheridan, R. Sheridan, the Victoria Club Limited, the Whiskey Will group, S. Hubbard, P. Humphreys, J. Marinos, S. Levides, S. Curvis, G. O'Sullivan, G. Rose, and E. Tenberge. 57.73, 57.73. It's 11, 6, 4, and 8. Shooting Break, who was 21 into 13, runs second. Dan Stackhouse, Dom Sutton. Third, 4, Oxford Street, Damien Thornton for Anthony and Sam Friedman ahead.
That happened. 11. Go to the next. One and 9 has been scratched. 10 to 8, 6. So the 10, which is the favorite, okay? So what's going on with 10? So now if we look at what has happened in this one, it was a 1500 meter, or let's figure out what happened here. So it basically is this, that the 3 shouldn't have won if the 6, the jock, knew the track. He did not know the track, and the 3 won. Okay. Here the 8 won, and it was quite deserving. It's a very good horse which actually won. So that happened. Here we have no clue anyway. So the 10, which is the favorite, is coming from 52, and that is like going to 57.5. It is like that. So it's there in the game, but the 3 probably is also there in the game. Now the 3 is a 56. This is a 56.5, which is good, and it is going to run as a neutral. So as a 56, winning as a neutral becomes a little difficult task. Okay, that's a little difficult task. As a 56, you're coming from 56, and then you start to here as a neutral, that becomes a little difficult task. The 8 has a chance. The 10 is a 52, it doesn't have the leverage. All right. The 10 has the base, but it doesn't have the leverage. The leverage is for a 52. If it doesn't have the leverage, it is struggling. It is going to struggle, and I'm not sure. I mean, this part of the story is also a little hazy to me. We understand the drop, but why put a horse into a kind of a situation like that is something that even I don't know. So it is like 5 steps up. Okay, if you look at the 10, it is like 5 steps up. From 52, it has gone to 57, so it has gone 5 kilograms up. That's not a matter of joke. This usually means that you are trying to challenge everybody up above, and all that you're doing. You're in a very good form line. That's one side of the story. But the other side of the story is you do not have the leverage, which means that you did not get the promotion, but you're like a bull who's trying to, it's like, I don't care whether I have the promotion or not. I'm just going to knock them out. It is like that. So that's what the 10 is. The 2, which is also there, is a tricky one. Why? Because that is also like that, and as a 56, winning a neutral is going to be very difficult. That is going to be very difficult. So what are we left with? We come here. The 3 is there, but it will probably not to win. The 3 is the linear, which is there, which probably is not going to win. But this thing is also looking like it is going to go weird. The 2, my apprehension is this, that these are very high up. They're chasing something very strong. So this is 5, this is 4. That's all that is happening. The lowest which is there is 8. The challenge for 8 is the lowest. All right. It has a leverage. and it is on the third line here through the base. So if we take the 8, then this thing do falls into a kind of a situation, but then there is a low pressure somewhere which is going to get in. Now this one is a 9-year-old gelding. John is watching. John is kind of in. Mm. Where are you? The 7. The 2 fits the bill, but I mean, better than the 8, the 2 fits the bill, but this thing can play very wrong, and why it might play very wrong is because it is as a 56. If you're doing neutral, that becomes a little tricky. I haven't seen a 56 going through with a neutral. I haven't seen that. The 10 is a 52. It doesn't have leverage, but has a form line. So maybe because of that, the 8 is in a tricky position because it raises significantly here, and if that becomes, if these 2 horses are like doing that at the first cycle, then this might just go upside down. The 2 fits the bill, but for a 56, cracking neutral is difficult. Not a great fan of that. The 8 has the lowest challenge, but here it is becoming a problem. The 10 is a 52. If you believe that this is going to go 5 step up and knock everybody else out, that is a possibility. Why? Because rest everything is a little tricky. Uh, and then we have these two horses here. I don't know. Things can go wrong. Okay, things can go wrong. This one, the 10 is a 52. All right, 5 steps up. It's going to run as the second linear, which is good. 3 is the one to beat, which is that. This one is right next, I think. No, 8 is right next. Then this thing has a little relaxation. 5, 40, 41. Somehow 2 fits the bill better, but this thing is going to run neutral. So that's the problem. And the 6 is like that, but then we have these two horses on a 58, where we have a leverage on this, and this one is a 58.5. So this is like that, 15 and then 19. Sorry, that is not the 1, 5. That becomes 7 now. 7, 1, 2, 45, 34, 25. So yeah, this one, the 5 is in a more thing to crack the neutral. The 5 is more capable of cracking the neutral rather than the 2. But that's all very far-fetched story, because this is not doing great. Through the body weight, it has been losing body weight like nobody's business. So that probably is not a great idea. Difficulty is like this. The 10 is a 52. I don't believe that this is going to win. It doesn't even have a leverage. I don't want to get into that kind of a situation. The 8 and 2, they are both good, and they have their own situations to handle. So the 8 has the minimum challenge, should work. But with that minimum challenge, it is basically welcoming the 2. And the 2 probably cannot win as a 56 with a neutral. So that becomes a little difficult to assume what will happen there. And then all that monkey business is happening with a 58 here. There's a fantastic jock who's riding 5, J. Mott. And things can go wrong here. And I mean, this one, nobody had a clue what would happen here. And the 11 actually knocked it out. Now, if you look at how the 11 knocked out, it was a 56 and it went in as a neutral. That was a 56. So this is a 56.5. Can you do it with a low pressure? The 2 fits better than the 10. The 2 fits better than the 10. Let's see how that works. I don't like it, bro. This one is also a little dicey game. I mean, I don't want to. I mean, I seriously, this one though, I did not have a clue what was going on. There were so many horses which was not racing, which did not have any racing experience, and this 56 as a neutral went through. Why? It went through because the 10 was like that, and it was a good horse, which means it is a good horse. Okay, this, if it is coming right after the 10, which essentially means that it is a good horse, so you cannot argue with it. The 10 was the one to beat. The 10 did not do anything because that was getting stressed. Here it is a 52, 5 steps up. I don't know. It's a 56.5. Though it is, the quant is so high, but the stress level is good. So the 2 fits the bill. But knowing the fact that it is a 56 and it is a neutral, for me it gets a little complicated. I will not get into it like that. And the 5 has no hope. The 5 is running neutral as well, but it doesn't have the form line. So 5 probably has no hope. Then everything falls back to one position, that this thing is going to run 56. This is close neck. And then what will happen? The 9-year-old gilding will give us a surprise. Bad idea. I don't know.
Metres. She wasn't suited with the pace behind Tara Lee. Tara Lee wasn't really disgraced on the weekend, was she?
No, ran well.
Race. Apart from that, you sort of got the claim, so it goes up a little bit in weight, but it's a pretty big drop in class from a 78.
He's right. I mean, 2 is the one,
I mean, she does deserve it.
but it's a 56 as a neutral.
Pretty talented mare on her day. I think Pula, well, she just revelled in the heavy conditions recently, but she'll run well again. I think Aura's short enough, but there's no major knock, and
2 and 10.
Run fourth and be good for our 5 for 25.
5 for 25.
Very fancy the way you said 5 for 25. I'm with Paula here. I think that she looks fantastic. I really like her. She's just a lovely type of mare, beautifully composed, conserves her energy really nicely, turned out a treat. So happy to have her on top. Obviously, I haven't seen the 4 yet. I'm hearing that there's a little gear issue out the back, so that horse will be coming in late. Of the rest, Autumn Side looks really good, and I thought Aura and the Galagotus horse Cyclone Harmony, I'm not sure if he's as good as a couple of these, but he looked fantastic.
Hutch Thorin, the German import, now in the Romeo team up at Diggers Rest. Dakota keen to ride.
We spoke about him. I mean, he's a 9-year-old. He's out of form a little bit at the moment. He pulled up lane, but he's had a stable change, so let's hope he can run well for the connections. But yeah, he won't be fancied at the market. It'll be a shock to see him prevail, but you never know.
Only just getting my eyes on him very briefly now. Looks like he's still got a fair bit of improvement to come too. Looks like he could tighten up a little bit more from today. I was hearing it was a gear issue of some description, but they've got him in here now. There's others that I do have on top today.
Aura, 340, 440 Autumn Slide. Pula, 440 as well. 7 now for Inherently out from 650. Winston has been 9 into 850. 12 rock solid for On Broadway. Give it strength if you're playing in the 5 for 25 and you think it'll run top 4. And if it doesn't, and that's the only leg that fails, get a bonus back with PointsBet in the 5 for 25 promotion this afternoon. Just make sure you apply the payback in the bet slip. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website. Okay, horses making their way down to the starting point for the 1800 metre start here. Benchmark 66, race number 4 on the program. We can see Pula here just having a bit of a warm-up. Hutch. The map here for the way you're seeing this race? Is there a whole lot of speed here, or is the lead up for grabs, do you think?
I don't think they'll go overly quick, but there's a lot of horses that generally settle handy. We've seen Winston settle prominently over longer, or this distance range last campaign was sort of just behind them, fresh up in Sandown Lakeside. But Autumn Slider, I'd imagine, will be sort of parked in 4th to 6th position on Broadway, box seated the other day. Cyclone Harmony's an off-fit meal. Pure can settle
Yeah, the
handy.
two should work if it doesn't give up on the neutral.
Or a puppet trip was in the 1-1.
The two should work gate.
Bring forth, but yeah, they've got a decision to make early. Do they bounce and decide to go forward as well? So I thought the pace was only even, and I'd imagine that they'll work their positions out pretty quickly. If you just tuned in, you want to know how the track's playing. Well, pretty well. I mean, we've had the horse jump lead and win over a shorter distance. We had a horse settle last in a field of 6 or 7.
Yep.
In the first race, one off, come wider, and then 1-1 in the other race. So good spread of in terms of the winners and what position they've been in, and even the plate getters for that matter. So seeing zero pattern, Jules said at the start of the day with the Fox Catcher information that it'll play even, and I think looking at what we've seen today, you'd have to say that's very much the case.
Indeed. We're almost bang on start time. Let's head to Matty Hill. Matty, from what we've seen thus far, splendid conditions overhead, and this track, as we've come to expect, just playing perfectly here ahead of race number 4, and you're tipping Autumn Slide.
Yes, there's a little bit of wear and tear towards the outside of the Heath track due to barrier trials, but they're not getting really near that. And yes, you're quite right. They can come from behind or also sit up on the speed here, and just resplendent conditions here. Yes, Autumn Slide ran that Terra Lee form, who ran well in Adelaide on Saturday, sticking with Autumn Slide, who has won at 1,800 metres previously. Pool is honest and going well, and Aura comes out of a form race behind Bringforth. A lot of form out of the first race at Bendigo on Saturday coming out of that race, and Aura did a good job to hold on and fight on for second in that Saturday race. So good race as they get set well. These barrier stalls at the 1,800, they sit on the course proper. And then they race about 10 or 15 yards, and then they're on to the Heath track. So as they move up well, On Broadway goes up rideless. Pooler had come along with Winston, Aura and Inherently. So 4 to move in for this 4th race of the afternoon. Winston goes up, Jamie Mott. Pooler is forward, the last out winner. Here's Aura. Aura, VOP favourite, $3.50 ahead of Pooler, who's firmed in 80 cents to $4. And Autumn Slide at $4.40. Inherently goes up. And the field set. The Thoroughbred Club of Australia, 1,800. Ready to go. And they're away. Cyclone Harmony, the inside, jumped away pretty well with Pooler on Broadway. Thorin takes an early sit, about 3rd one off the fence, and our deeper Winston also is trying to find a position. Towards the back, Autumn Slide, 3rd last, Aura, and back with those runners Inherently. Pooler led from on Broadway, and Winston 3 wide. Cyclone Harmony a length and a quarter away, 4th from Thorin. Over a length, Autumn Slide Inherently, and last Aura as they climb towards the 1,350. So the leader is the last out winner, Pooler, leading out by a length and a quarter. Eventually, Winston was able to cross over and perch up second at the 1,200 metres. Cyclone Harmony is 3rd the fence, and 4th is On Broadway. They're 2 lengths in front of next the inside Inherently with Thorin covering it up. Autumn Slide second last, a length Aura at the back of the field. So the leader is Pooler. Runs off the back section at an even speed by about a length and 3/4. Second is Winston, and they were followed in 3rd by Cyclone Harmony from On Broadway as they reach the 800. 2 further back in the field then is Thorin Inherently. Autumn Slide second last, and Aura trapped on the fence. So Pooler looks to fill up the lungs here as they reach the 600 marker by 3/4 of a length to Winston, and just niggling away now Mott to try and improve. Cyclone Harmony next the inside, and now they're about to get the choke out. Next in the field around the home corner On Broadway. Then Autumn Slide, who gets to 5th now. Still got a lot to do as Pooler tried to kick into gear and race away. At the 250, a length and 3/4, Cyclone Harmony. Then Autumn Slide the outside from Aura. It's Pooler, 200 metres to go. 2 lengths, Cyclone Harmony, Aura. And on the outside, Autumn Slide. Pooler looking to lead all of the way. Autumn Slide's going to have a late go on the outside. Coming at Pooler. Photo finish. Pooler Autumn Slide,
8
they've
and
hit it
2.
together inherently late for third. Then Cyclone Harmony Aura, a gap in the field then to Winston and on Broadway. Well, Pooler looked like it was going
8,
to
2,
steal
6,
it,
and 7.
but Autumn Slide had some momentum and had the outside. So a photo finish, we stand by. After the running of race number 4, Pooler on the inside at $3.20 in Autumn Slide, and it's going to be Pooler by a nose. Pooler by a nose. So 2 of the elects fighting it out. Pooler number 8, Geordie Childs for Danny O'Brien, has just lasted from Autumn Slide, Ryan Houston, and then getting close in between them was inherently, it was probably about
8, 2, 6, 7. 8 got it. 8, 2, 6, and 7. So here is the thing, you know. The problem is this: the 8 was the lowest challenger here. So 8 did have the upper hand. What was wrong on 2 is this, that it was running as neutral. And that is also 4 classes up. This one was 5 class up. This one also is 4 class up. This one is also 4 class up. Those are difficult things to work with. And I could not, I actually was in 2 minds, and I did not know what to do. I liked the 2 more than the 8 because of their numbers. But the fact is this, that the 2 is going to run neutral, which is a 56.5. So that was something. We'll go to the next. Two, 6, 8, and 13 all scratched. 2, 6, 8, and 13 all scratched. 7, 9, 3, 4. Okay, so we know the 7 is getting into stress. Okay, the 7 is the favorite. That is the horse to beat. There's no doubt. That is 2 steps down, which is here. Now, can it win? This 57 has about 24. This is 38. This will be same. 28, 24. This will become 20. This will become 24. 9, 66, 18, 3. And this is going to run neutral. 2.5. This is 2. 2.5. 7 is 4. 81. 3, 43. 1. 2.5. Form line elimination. 2.5. This becomes problem for this. This is a higher class. So yeah, the point is this, that the 7 is definitely a good horse, but it is getting into negative. The 3 is a two and a half step up, and this is a 2.5 step down from 57. This is 57. This is 57.5. This is 57. If we look at the leverage is much higher here. Okay. So everything, so I mean, uh, the 3 has a better chance. The 3 is going to be 18. So here it is 18, 4, 31, and then 9 is 66. Question is here is 57. Is 18. This is 2.5 down. So who is playing? Is this one playing or this one playing? 57. 3. 9. 1. Do it. 6. 4. 4. 11. 50. 6. This is 3. 31. 4 from gate number 11. There's no leverage on you. So that's a bad idea. But you have a base, so we'll remove that. Then the 5 is here. 155, 25, this. The 1, 7, 34, 34. Ideally, 3 should win. We'll see how that works. Ideally, 3 should win. Ideally, 3 should win. We'll see how that works. 7 is the favorite. That's the one to beat, no doubt. Yeah, the second quarter was good on that horse. You see, the second quarter was good on that horse. Okay. Even the first quarter was good. The first quarter, second quarter, both were good. But what happened probably is the first quarter, the second, I mean, the first length, the second length. Okay, so the first length was also good. The second length was also good. And how it basically, so what we have seen in the race when it was happening is this, that it was far behind. So this becomes a problem to understand whether it was the strategy of the jock or it is genuinely falling behind. I don't know that. Okay, but my assumption or my thought was like this, that this is a 56.5. Knowing it's a 56.5 and going neutral, I will not go. And the 8, I did not find the confidence, because then the 10 comes into picture. If you look at these two horses, then on the first lap, they both come into picture. The 8, I did not find the confidence. The 2 was a confusing matter that I kind of, I did not want to engage. We'll see how this works. I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy. Be right back. Okay, I'm back.
$70 Brave Danza for Matt Kamani, who's got a great chance single choice in the South Australian Derby on Saturday. This horse was last seen contesting the Tulloch back there, of course, which was run by Storm Leopard in good style.
Yeah, inconvenienced in that race, and third prior went fresh up behind Roulette King. That's not bad form either for a benchmark race. So this is a gelding that's he's acquitted himself well. He's defied his market, his sort of price even during the spring when placed in the Batman Stakes behind Different Gravy and striking or running into that rival again thereafter. So he's a talent. It's probably on the shorter end of his spectrum in terms of distance.
I'm used to seeing from him. He's really rating himself here. I'm hoping that that's a positive thing. He's bounced into the yard here, but he's conserving his energy well. He's got better and better as a type, this horse too. He's really strengthened up physically this preparation. I like his parade here.
Buthelezi is a really interesting runner, formerly in the care of Dan Morton over there in Western Australia. Fifth in the WA Guineas last start, back on the 22nd of November. Only 3 lengths off King of Light, who started favourite in the final Group 1 of the calendar year last year.
Yeah, it looks like
good form in his best.
Looks like a nice pickup for Moods and a progressive gelding who's clearly got ability. There'll be improvement to come. That said, aggressive placement in terms of they're going first up 1800 here, so I think the market would be quite telling with a horse that's clearly got a lot of upside.
He's a pretty cool horse too. My first time assessing him. He's got a lovely attitude in the yard. He's very forward in condition too. It looks like there's a fair bit of intent with the way that he's been turned out here. Love his coat too. It's very healthy.
Carl Madden's an interesting runner, isn't she? From the from the Richard and Chantel Jolly yard with Mark Zara. It's a steer. Beaten favourite 2-back in the Shillabere at Oakbank, and then contested the Nitschke at listed level last start.
Didn't see too many excuses, but it's not bad form, and horse that will roll on pace and looks your likely leader in the event. So yeah, he's going along quite well. I just preferred others, but Mark Zara's a great book.
Yeah, it certainly is. He looks really good, this horse. His coat's still in beautiful condition. No sign of him turning wintry whatsoever. He's come over in great nick.
Deliberate Ploy for Robbie Griffiths and Jamie Mott, 6th at Lakeside in the race won by Jet Smash last time out from the back of the field.
Too far out of his ground in the race. It really wasn't run to suit. He got going late. I'm just hoping they can be a bit more positive here. Like to see him a touch closer at 1800. 1800 looks a key plus for him. He's an improving gelding. I like it here. I thought he showed a little bit in that race very late over 1400. So I'm just hoping he'll step up and trips exactly what he's looking for.
He's a lovely progressive horse, isn't he? He's turned out in great order here once again. He's got such a lovely rich glow to his coat. He is that nice little chestnut, but he's in particularly healthy order.
Parvenu ran second to Pooler last start, who came out and won the previous, so that form copped a bit of a boost, hasn't it, Hutch?
Yeah, looks good form, and look, this village, she was impressive. I thought took her a while to balance up on the heavy track, but she got going late. She's clearly got a lot of ability, and she'll probably map quite nicely today as well.
Haven't seen her before, but she's a lovely type. She seems like a real honey in regards to her temperament too. She's got a lovely, pretty face on her. Turned out impeccably, as you expect from the stable.
There were roses. Last spring was right in the thick of things in Oaks markets at one stage, I think. Hutch, she ran really well in the race, won by Engine of War at Hillside on the 3rd of September. I think we worked that day, Hutch. It was a very, very impressive debut.
Yeah, I got a lot of time for her. She was terrific first up. She screams like a filly that's going to really relish this step up in trip. So I would have thought she'd be highly competitive here. She'll get back in the field, but if the pace is on, she'll be really well suited.
She's a big girl. It's probably a good thing that she's drawn out a little bit. It'll be interested to see how well she corners here on this tight sort of circuit, because she is quite big here. Condition's great. She has been a little bit up and about consistently, but she's containing her energy levels well.
UFC fighter Jack Jenkins there on traffic duties. Peter Gilligotis and co bring good harmony back to the Caulfield Heath circuit after a last start victory there at Sale. Hutch.
Nice performance. Had the right run. It took her 8 starts to get that win, but she was very consistent in building towards it. There was merit. She'll probably get a good run today as well if they decide to ride her as they did last start. Just parked in behind the speed, so she may measure up to this grade.
Yeah, really straightforward parade from her. She looks good all over. Her attitude's been perfect the whole time that she's been in the yard. So it's never easy to win the start directly after your maiden, but she's been turned out well.
Another of those runners dropping back from group racing is the Lufatar for Dean Yendel and Mitch Friedman, who ran in the Aurora, which was won by Mating Call, who then ran second in the Oaks last time.
Yeah, and Yeah, this is a horse that probably just got to improve a little bit, I think, on overall figures. One that made, like you said, was a big step up, and look, it wasn't a bad run, sort of went back, started $41 in the Aurora, but yeah, we're still learning where her ceiling is, and she's got a bit more to offer for sure.
She's incredibly fit with having the benefit over this trip previously too. She is in good nick. She's just a little bit bouncy here, but she is excited and about to go out. Her coat's in good, healthy order, a little bit wintry as you'd expect coming from Ballarat.
Now they have started talking about where is the ceiling. So far I haven't heard that kind of a commentary from them. It's all of a sudden today I'm hearing them talking about where is the ceiling for this horse,
The whole time that she was in the yard.
which was entirely what
All right, Hutch. That's
the question
view in
was.
the mounting yard.
EW11,
And, you're
John.
facing a little bit of value here in race 5, the first leg of the quaddy.
Yeah, I like this. There hasn't really been any significant market support, to be honest, at any stage, but there hasn't been a massive drift either. I think it's a good race. I think the form will stack up well. Parvenu form around, as we've mentioned, reads well. Then you've got, of course, There Were Roses, who looks right in the game, and amongst others, like I think Brave Dancer could run a bit of a race as well. So it's a good competitive contest.
Tricky race, bit of quality here. I'm with the one, Brave Dancer, on top. I like this horse. I've always had a good bit of time for him. I think he's come back better this time round. He had a bit of spunk about him today, a bit more than what I'm used to seeing, but I think that just comes with a bit of confidence. Of the rest, it's a deep race, I think. You could make a case for a number of these runners, but of the rest, I liked 3, 5, 7 and 9. Going to catch up with Adrian Joyce from the Robbie Griffiths stable. Adrian, deliberate ploy. Lovely progressive young horse. How is he today?
Yeah, he looks super. He came through his last run really well. Step up the distance today, which I think will suit, and he's in good order.
Does that better barrier today allow you just to be that bit more forward?
Yeah, definitely. We don't want to be too forward either, just to get him to relax and get a bit of cover over this extended trip today.
Is he a horse that can get a little bit hot in running, Adrian?
Yeah, he actually is really well on himself. He's a bit weller than he ever has been in the mountain yard today there, so hopefully he relaxes early and he gets to the line well.
Is he a horse that shows you nice ability at home?
Yeah, a lot. Next prep will be to go for him, but we're keen to go today and then 2,000 in 2 weeks' time at Flemington and see where that goes.
Hopefully you have a good luck in running here. Good luck.
Thank you.
Parvenu, $3.30 at $4.20 in from 6 for There Were Roses. First up, Buthelezi, interesting runner, been rock solid in the market, $5.50, $6.50 for Kalmana, who's been well back to the gelding from Richard and Chantel Jolly's Flemington Yard. Lufatar, 11. Brave Dancer, 9.50 to 12. Deliberate Ploy, 13 to 14. 17 to 19 for Good Harmony, who was a good bit of sale last time. But Parvenu, 350 to 330 continues to be well supported. There Were Roses just slightly easy from that $4 quote out to 440, but still been well backed from those opening prices. So that's the market for the first leg of the quaddie. Can we get you interested in the quaddie today, Hutch, do you think? Or
Yeah, I think this is a leg you want to go a bit wider.
Yep.
And I think just quickly, I mean, if you take him when we've got a $1.50 favourite, of course, for the Bustle and Young.
Trey Magnifique.
Trey Magnifique, but one horse that I wouldn't go too wide in it, but yeah, I thought there is one or two that you could throw in a bit of price. I'll get that race up for you in a second, because my second hope was about 33 to 1.
yes.
So I thought it
So
might.
if there's any danger to the favourite, will be rewarded, and we want to take a bit of insurance.
Well, yeah, I think it just like if you're going to get a split, it'd be a nice race to get a split in, wouldn't it? Really. So that's the key thinking of that. And I'll get the horse's name up quickly for you just now. It was a per cent price, about $35. But it could run okay. But and then the last leg, obviously, I think the favourite runners you want. If I was suggesting to add one to your list, it would be Ole Days, the 5. And race 7, I wasn't really with Aleppo Pine. I think that was a tricky race. I think you need to go quite deep there. In Haste is one that I think we need to include, but there's been some market support around for that horse anyway.
Interesting. Can we learn anything from this market here, Julesy, as we near a start of race number 5?
Good push, Parvenu. So it's the one sort of that was pretty close probably 2 hours ago with There Were Roses. It's the one that's cleared out. And Buthelezi, first go Moody Coleman. Good support for that horse. So from a market perspective, they're the two that I'd be gravitating towards.
Did you like anything on the program today?
One in the next interests me,
Okay.
the New Zealand filly in Haste that Hutch just spoke about for his quaddie. I think it's a really nice horse, and I reckon it might improve a little bit over here. So interested to see you go around first up. Next race. I think it's race 7, sorry.
Inside a minute until start time. Let's head upstairs to Matty Hill as these horses get ready to be locked and loaded for race number 5. The first leg of the quaddie. Matty's also with our well-supported favourite, Parvenu.
Thanks, Timmy. Yes, form franked in the previous race. We go 1,800 metres once again. They move up. Le Fatah is the first one into the stalls, getting set with Deliberate Ploy, and also There Were Roses. Parvenu coming along with Kelmana. Wait on Good Harmony. Club's colours sported here on the 12, Shipstern Bluff by Damien Thornton. That's the all black colours with the MRC logo. Good Harmony joins them, Freddie Kersley. Buddha Lazy is about to come along, and Brave Dancer, who's in the hands of the clerk of the first score completed. The sports bet fixed odds exotics handicap at 1,800 metres for total support for Parvenu, $3.40. So here's Brave Dancer, in the last minute tail down by Luke Cartwright. Goes up to complete it. First leg of the quaddie. Open races here today. The field set. Within the 1,800 metres, and away they go. Le Fatah, the inside, jumped away well with Deliberate Ploy. Parvenu isn't too far away from the action. Kelmana from the deep, and also Shipstern Bluff trying to find a position. There Were Roses is in the middle of that line as they complete 250. Well back is Good Harmony, and then came Buddha Lazy, and at the tail of the field, Brave Dancer. Le Fatah holding its place on the inside with There Were Roses. Kelmana 3 deep, and Shipstern Bluff out 4 deep as they climb at the 1,300 metres. Parvenu got the trail outside of Deliberate Ploy, and then 2 lengths Good Harmony, Buddha Lazy, and Brave Dancer is at their back as Kelmana went on with it. So at the 1,200 metres, Kelmana is going to the lead by 3/4 of a length to Shipstern Bluff. Le Fatah got the trail, the box seat trail, third on the rails. There Were Roses, fourth one off the fence, relaxes pretty well. 1.25 Deliberate Ploy. And then came Parvenu, 1.5 Buddha Lazy, Good Harmony, and 2 lengths Brave Dancer. Kelmana off the back section has led here at the 850 for about 400 metres by about a half length. 2 Shipstern Bluff. Le Fatah is third. There Were Roses fourth as the field stack up. Deliberate Ploy is next, the inside of Parvenu, approaching the 600. A gap Good Harmony, followed by Buddha Lazy, and at the tail Brave Dancer. So they kick into gear again, 450 metres to go. It's Kelmana, who's now been joined by There Were Roses, who moves up the outside. Le Fatah is leading a run behind them as Kelmana had a kick in the locker around the corner. Kelmana Fatara, led by 1.25 Le Fatah. Buddha Lazy's getting right up on the inside, and Parvenu down the centre below the 200. Parvenu struck the front, but Buddha Lazy blew the whistle. Right up along the inside. Buddha Lazy and Parvenu together. Parvenu kicking into gear. It's just in front. Parvenu.
713.
Parvenu by a neck.
713. 7 got it.
Kelmana delivered.
713.
Good Harmony. There Were Roses, and Shipstern Bluff was at the tail of the field.
Wow.
Parvenu.
To the rails, man.
So Parvenu successful, beating Poola last start. They've both come out and won in successive races. 340 and 160.
713. 713. So the 7 won. And the 1 also got there. 713. Oh, bad idea. This guy was a moron of the highest order. This guy was a moron of the highest order. He took the rails, man. Anyway, we'll go to the next 7-1. 6,000 meter. 2, 6, 11, and 14 all scratched. 2, 6, 11, and 14 all scratched. 9, 3, 5, and 15. So they are all negatives, okay? They are all negatives, but this is exactly where things go a little differently. So uh, I'll just show how it works. Okay, so we had this one where everything was going on negative. Okay, everything was going on negative, and 8 won. Why? Because the best base was high and the leverage was high. But that also is a contradiction here. Why? Because the base was low, the leverage was high. So it's either of those two cases. Okay, it's every time either of those two cases. So now when we look at, I mean, the base has to have higher leverage. If the base doesn't have the high leverage, then that's not the right thing. So then comes your drop in class situations. Yeah, ideally nine should win. Okay. Ideally nine should win. Where things can go wrong. So this is the famous Victorian same sex, same age. Okay. This is like all mares running. This always goes wrong. Uh, if you've been to this channel, you know this is the Victorian special. They put this kind of a race on each and every day they race, and this thing goes wrong. So nine fits the bill. That's there. But things can go wrong. Any of the low pressure horses from any of the gates can go through. This is something that we have seen numerous times here in Victoria. So ideally, it is. So what is the five? The five doesn't have a leverage. It is a 56. Probably not uh, worth it. They have the leverage, but they are also 56 and 54, and that's pretty high for the class that they are trying to achieve. So the 5 is in trouble. So that's not there. The 10 is probably the next. That is 2. This is zero point 0.5. This is 2. But here, then these horses are up here. So out of which this is a 55 with a low pressure, which is also dicey because that's a 55 with a low pressure. That should not, that basically is a very dicey proposition because that's also a drop in class. It's a 55 that became 54 and drop in class with a low pressure. So if we do if the pressure works, then it is 9, 15, and 10. But that's all, that is all that we are thinking. I mean, I'm thinking, but where it can go wrong is this, that this is a same sex, same age, Victoria. Things can go wrong. But 9 looks like 9 should be able to get it. 9 is the right odd. 9 is the right odd. So the inner gates are this, which is a 6-year-old mare. The pressure is higher. It's not a low pressure. Then here it is also high. That is not the thing. 3 has been scratched. 4, I mean, here the 12 is what is a problem, but doesn't have any leverage. If that thing goes through, then it goes through. Where the 15 also is the same scene, all right? The 15 doesn't have leverage, so this thing can go wrong. We'll see how that works, but 9 probably is the right odd. That horse is going to win someday and pay you, just not today. Yes, probably gate.
Interesting runner. On a galore, $41 chance, but this is all about Trey Magnifique. $1.32 in race 6.
This mounting yard is brought to you by Racing Victoria's Acknowledged Retirement Farms, the trusted pathway to quality thoroughbred retirement.
Handicap for the fillies and mares, benchmark 74, 1,000 metres. Let's kick it off with Jenny Any Dots. Just, I think you can completely forgive last start there at Oakbank. Some horses handled it, a lot didn't on the day. They're Hutch.
And the thing is, Jenny Any Dots won 2 or 3 at this track, so it's a mare that likes this course, and she was in winning form before she went there. She beat Croatian up. Look, the race set up well. They went quick. She sat back, round the mark. It's a tougher race here, but she won't be far away.
She actually looks really good. She does love it here too. I think she's moving super, and she's got a little bit of spunk about her for her. She had a little bounce when she came in. She's relaxed well.
Next horse to have a look at is the 3-1 Hard Lady for Donna Scott, who's got a lot of speed on her day, this mare. Third up this afternoon, Hutch. She's contested on paper benchmark 90s and benchmark 94s this time, but they were all green Wagga Wagga.
Well, I think that's a fair call. I mean, I've actually always had a bit of time for her, and you know, she's a pretty talented mare. I think she's over the odds. I'm going to say that about a few because I think the favourite's too short, but we'll have on top. But I just feel that, you know, she can stalk the speed. She does drop back in class, play Melbourne. She's a pretty straightforward ride as well, and she's brought form to Melbourne in the past and performed very well.
She's been turned out in magnificent order, to be fair. I think a lot of these horses, like you touched on, Hutchie, they're going to be underestimated just because of the favourite, but this horse looks great here.
Per Sempre for Charles Cassar and Brad Rawiller is resuming this afternoon from an inside draw. Had a terrific preparation last time in this 6-year-old mare. She's back for another preparation in the races.
Remember beating Sunsetting at Flemington. She was $20 plus there, and yes, can't believe she's 50 too. Like, I know she'll be probably improving the camp. She usually gets better with the prep. But what a preparation she enjoyed last campaign. It was a long campaign. She never ran worse than 4th. And she just kept turning up week after week. I loved her jump out. I think I've seen a lot worse 50-1 chances than this.
She's got herself a little bit warm. She's a touch fresh today, which is what you'd expect for not having raced since October last year. But she's got a really good base of fitness there. I don't think that she's going to actually strip too much lighter after today. I can't see her being far away from her peak here.
Sunsetting for Matt Laurie and Dakota Kent is also resuming. Haven't seen her since she ran last in the Lingy. Maybe an end of prep run. How do you think she's jumped out ahead of her resumption?
Okay. She went 4th in the most recent. She went okay. She's another pretty consistent sort of mare. Not sure what level she's going to get to, but she can be competitive and she can win in this class.
She's just so consistent, and she's such a lovely mare. I saw her at the track a couple of mornings ago, actually. I knew her little face a mile away at Mornington. She's just such a darling. I think she's in good order here. She should be in for another nice, consistent preparation based on what I'm seeing.
Minshew Lee's an interesting runner. There's a South Australian visitor for Shane Chelsea Cale. Emily Posman in the saddle claiming the 3 kilos.
1.59, bro.
Thought a bit plain last start. I mean, I don't think that's her. Her form prior was pretty consistent and sound. And just that last 100 metres, it seemed like she'd had enough. And she's another one. She's been up a while. Was it sort of
This thing can go. I mean,
that she had enough?
Jimmy, you've been into these races. These are like same sex, same age. They backfire so badly. But that's the right odd. I mean,
She's a horse I don't know, obviously. She's up and about here, but that's not unexpected with these sprinting types of fillies and mares. She comes over a very
Going
big
to run
horse, which is
neutral.
what you'd expect.
Next horse to have a look at here is Honor Galore, the 8. A $41 chance here, Hutch.
Not sure where we're at with Honor Galore because hasn't won in a little while and she definitely needs to improve a little bit on what we've been seeing. So perhaps back to 1,000 metres is the positive she's looking for, but she will need to lift.
She's a magnificent looking mare that's turned out.
yeah, this
beautifully
is
every
this
start,
track
makes no
is
difference.
a tricky place. This track is
The
tricky.
9 is Trey Magnifique, the shortest price runner in Victoria today. $1.30 now with points bet. Hutch.
Keep backing it, don't they? She's a really nice prospect. I mean, one could find her on her form when at Lakeside was terrific. It was set on the day. Like once the penny drops, who knows what she's capable of, and they are targeting the power miss. But I think a bit more pressure here. I just felt like she was short enough, and she probably wasn't convinced that she'd necessarily be able to control it on her terms. But obviously, the one to beat.
She was actually really good for her today, which I was surprised to see, because at Sandown at her most recent start, she was really over the top. I couldn't be with her on that occasion just based on what she was doing, but it taught me a lesson that that's just her. But today she's far better behaved and far calmer.
Next is Tuscaloosa Gem, who's had a good preparation. Won last start there at Pakenham over 1,000 metres. Hutch.
Well, I thought it was a good win. She was challenged. She dug in for the fight, and there's a bit of merit to that one. Another one that could be a little bit big in the market. She beat Tisworth.
She looks excellent. She's beautifully relaxed the whole time that she was in the yard, and she's in excellent order.
Tisworth is the next horse to have a look at for Lloyd Kennewell and Jamie Mellon, second in that race, as you said, Hutch.
Yeah, I think if you like that, it's probably the overall race got a bit more required than how that rated. But Tisworthy has been well found and performed nicely here. So a very good run behind Gentle Steel the day. That horse got a pretty soft time, but on the heat, so the track won't be an issue.
Yeah, she looks really good once again, very similar to how she has done all preparation.
Portia Crystal for Mark and Levi Kavanagh and Dan Stackhouse is also resuming off a couple of quiet jump outs. That it is, and look, I thought horse that probably could run well, fresh place 2 or 3, but decent gap between runs unless there was a push in the market happened at that point.
She was moving really well today. I think that she's pretty forward for a fresh up assignment too. She's probably going to appreciate getting over a little bit further, but she looks good.
What about Amping Lass here, Hutch, for Peter Mooney and Catherine Coleman and Luke Cartwright?
It was a good run, Amping Lass behind Trey Magnifique last start. Kept on well to the line. The back of that, 52 kilos, not the worst.
She's another one.
I don't know, but the shape is definitely, the geometry of the track is definitely tricky.
Punting wise in race number 6.
No, it's a race where I'd be specking around the favourite $1.30. I think it's way too short for mine, but let her win without me. It's a nice prospect, she is, and I hope she can go on with it, win today, and potentially go to those stakes races. I think you're looking for the value. I don't know, per sempre maybe to figure in the finish there with one hard lady seems pretty big at $10 as well, but maybe a small spec for me on some of those second and fourth selections.
I'm going to go the 10th, Tuscaloosa Gem on top. She looked impeccable from a yard point of view, I thought. Just a really good-looking mare that was in beautiful shape. So happy to have her on top. Trey Magnifique. She did parade a hell of a lot better today than what she has done previously. So I was actually quite impressed with what I saw.
That's what I think.
At Sandown, even though she won impressively, but her behaviour today was
here.
far improved.
But the question is whether 9 is going to win.
Tough race, isn't it, Charles Cassar, as I catch up with you? How's your
He's
view of
right
the
about
Magnus
10.
preparation?
She looks to have come back really well. She's obviously going to benefit with the run here today. Has always taken a run or two to really hit her straps. But trialled up nice last time at Bendigo.
But then
Must
again,
have
it's
been
a high
so proud to
pressure.
represent her efforts last preparation.
Yeah,
The
she just
problem
kept
is
sort of
all
stepping up every time we
males,
stepped her up. So
same sex,
she's
same
done a great
age.
job. Now she's got to kick off
The surprise comes from a low
hopefully she has a good
pressure.
run today and can improve from that.
In regards to her track work and trials, Charles, does she give you a good guide as to how she's going?
She's a horse that if you gallop her with a mate, she overdoes it, and when you gallop her on her own, she just does what she has to. But in her trials, you get a gauge. If you give her daylight, she usually hits the line good, and she did that last time.
Hope you start the preparation with a win here and can improve on that. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Amy. Thanks.
Trey Magnifique, $1.32, $11 for One Hard Lady. Look, there hasn't been a whole lot happen in this market. Per Sempro's not even on the page. So Minchile, a $23 chance down the bottom there. Tuscaloosa Gem might have just been nibbled away at. Now into 18. 18 rock solid for sunsetting, despite being a big drifter since opening prices. But that's clearly due to the weight of money for this favourite, Trey Magnifique, who is $1.32 with points bet. What do you think, Jules? Crazy short or justifiably long odds on?
Well, the last two numbers have been really big. Banging 1,000 is great. I wouldn't want to dive in at that price, but plenty have. And that's going to be its SP. Like, you might get $1.40, $1.45, possibly. You're not going to get, they're going to get twos on. So, yeah, they're trusting what she's done this prep and think that she's, well, Saturday class bordering on black type.
Indeed. Some lofty goals for her potentially in the next couple of weeks. Let's hope for the sake of connections and the punters that have taken $1.32, she can get the cash here today. Maddie thinks she'll do just that, chasing some value with sunsetting to run second. But you're going to be rewarded if you can get the favourite beat. Here's Maddie for the call of race number 6, featuring the shortest price favourite of the day, Trey Magnifique.
So they're getting set for the Evergreen Turf Handicap, 1,000 metres. One of the more interesting runners of the day in Trey Magnifique. Here's Worthy going into the stalls. Trey Magnifique, who went down with the clerk of the course, has gone in. Tuscaloosa Gem is forward.
John 3.
21 into 17. Mintu Lee, 31 into 19. Goes forwards. Jenny Any Dots, Honor Galore, and Porsche Crystal to be the final three to join them at the 1,000 metres. Here's Jenny Any Dots. Jenny Any Dots, who is 2 from 2 on the Caulfield Heath at 1,000 metres. Honor Galore coming along. Takes one more turn. Porsche Crystal, the grey, nice and alert. Just waiting patiently. Amping Lass down the bottom is 14 into 11. So there's been a few little niddles away from the favourite, but $1.45 on VOP Trey Magnifique. Porsche Crystal joins the line now. Goes in, completes it. Race number 6. Ready to run. Moving in the middle on a Galore, just wanting to bounce about. And away they go. Honor Galore jumped away quickly. Trey Magnifique was in the middle of the line settling down and now starts to muster out wide with One Hard Lady. Just behind those horses, Minchu Lee and Tuscaloosa Gem, and then Honor Galore, Porsche Crystal, Tis Worthy, Wellback Amping, Last Jenny Any Dots, Per Sempre and Sunsetting at the end. Trey Magnifique burned across to the rails and led. 600 metres to go. 2 lengths in front of Tuscaloosa Gem and One Hard Lady, and then came Minchu Lee and Honor Galore from Porsche Crystal. Next, Tis Worthy, Per Sempre, Jenny Any Dots, Amping Lass, and a gap sunsetting. Trey Magnifique, the first to straighten into the running at the 300 metres, held together 2.5. One Hard Lady, Tuscaloosa Gem, followed further back by Per Sempre, Minchu Lee, sunsetting the inside, then Honor Galore. Trey Magnifique given her head though, with about 150 metres to go. Per Sempre's within 3/4 of a length. Trey Magnifique punched out from Per Sempre, and Trey Magnifique 1.5 Per Sempre. Third
945.
Fourth, Tuscaloosa Gem, prominent from Jenny Any Dots, Tis Worthy, then One Hard Lady, Honor Galore, Minchu Lee, Amping Lass, Porsche Crystal. So if you took the 145, you probably wanted a
9, 4, 5, 10, yes. 9, 4, 5, 10. That was the right odd. 9, 4, 5, 10. Eleven and 12 has been scratched. 5, 3, 10, 8. So that generally doesn't work. Okay. That generally doesn't work. Why it doesn't work? Because it's 1,000 meter. So 1,000 meter would require a little bit of pressure. This is probably somewhere in the somewhere in the middle. Okay, that's that part of the story. That's an EW. It's somewhere in the middle. But the point is this, that if this is in, in the middle, where is the pressure? Because everybody else is going negative, and if I mean, those are all about taking chances. So 3 is the low pressure, but it is like 7 steps up. So if you, that's like 7 steps up. It is from 54 to 61. I don't know what kind of a race that thing is going to run. It is also a low pressure horse, but the class is not up. So that probably is not the thing. Out of these two horses, they are, one is a 56, this is a 56.5, this is a 56.5. They are literally the same horse. The difference is in the pressure line. So this is 139 going negative here, but this probably has better chances to win. Why? Because the challenge is lower. This is the lowest challenge. So the 10 is there in some sort of way, and this is 1.5. So if that's the high, then there is going to be a low. So 12, from 12 directly coming to gate number 2 with a low, is it possible? That's staying on the same class. It's a low. That's 72. Smallest is here 2. We open up. Two. 2 doesn't get into trouble. That's that. 32, 58. These two are 56, 56. So 58. And this is going to run neutral. You run neutral 20, 21. Now there's 6, 7, 8. This is on the higher end. This is on the higher end. There, so yes, this thing is there. So the high pressure is 2, and this is lower 3. Then it will go back. Go back where? And then probably it will get 8. This is 10, 12, 72, 10, 5. 1 is 7, 8, 4. That 2 is it here. So generally what happens, 1000-meter will require pressure. Like this one was 1000-meter. All right, if we look at the pressure line, it requires a little bit of pressure. It cannot work without the pressure. And low pressures, they did not get through. The problem is that the high pressure horses which are here, they have all gotten into negative. If we look through that, then this is here, which is on the higher baseline, but it is a 56, which is going negative. This one is also a 56, which is going negative. All that is going negative. This one, even if after it is 3 steps up, this is 1 step up, okay? But even after 1 step up, From 56, it went to negative. That's the reason. From 56.5, it went to 57.5 and it went negative. That's beyond physical capability. That's what it says. So if it has to go high pressure, low pressure, then we'll have to figure out a way. So this 58 is here. This one is a low. Then this one is a 7-year-old gilding with a low. So this is probably the high. We'll see if those things get in. Very difficult though. 5 is a low pressure. On 1,000-meter, low pressures are, I mean, in each and every race, these are basically in between. They win if everything else is upside down. It's not that they do not win, they do, but for that to happen, a lot of other things needs to happen. So we'll see how that works. But that thing has a fantastic resume. It has been given. It is a low pressure. So yes. I don't know. Maybe it may not be. तमी कैसे हुआ? मैं कॉल करता हूँ. Let me just call you back. Jimmy, employee is coming down with a hammer. I just got a bad news. One of my friend has met with an accident. Yeah, I I don't know. They took him to the hospital now. No, they took him to the hospital, which is not very far from my house. But the thing is, his wife is saying they need a little. I mean, she's all by herself in the hospital, and she doesn't know how to work things out. So I should. I think I should go. I just told her that I'll call you back. Yeah, I think I'll this is the last one we'll do. I'm this is the last race, probably the seventh one I'll do. Yes, I'll run. The hospital is not too far. It is near to my house. We'll do the last one, and I mean we'll do the seventh, and then I'll probably run. I'm really sorry about this, but this is this has never happened. I mean, during the streams, I generally have completed all the streams that I've started, but today it's kind of a situation where, Dows, welcome back, Dows. It's a little No, bro, that would be very unfair. That would be very unfair if I do not do the seventh one. I'll do the seventh one. I'm I'm going to run.
In the short term.
Very fit, but I respect your form comments.
Okay, 2 is Aqueduct for Tony Calvin McAvoy and Jackson Radley. Going really well. Won his last 2. He did sort of find the right spot at Ballarat. Bit of mixed form out of that race, over which was a benchmark 66. So slightly stronger race, but claim might help and will land right on speed.
He just looks like a little horse that's ticking along beautifully. His coat's lovely, still very much got his summer coat on him. He's very fit. His manners are very good too.
Landmark is a fascinating horse, isn't he, Hutch? Returning off a long break for Lloyd Kennewell and Mark Zara in the saddle. Market support, Jules said, would be key at the top of the show. We haven't seen any of that yet, but there's still time.
He's a talented horse. His trial jump out was really good. He looks ready. He's raced well fresh. He's got a pretty good record. And, yeah, he always left the impression that he had a little bit of upside, so there's no knock there.
He's got such beautiful manners and a demeanour about him, especially for a horse that's an entire as well. You'd never know with him walking around the yard here. He's a lot more forward than what I was anticipating he would be, considering he's nearly had a year off.
Fours Along the River, who's just been racing so consistently this preparation. He's barely put in a bad run in his last 5 or 6 for the Circuit team. Billy Egan, he's drawn barrier 1 here. Where do you think, how do you think this will pan out for Along the River, Hutch?
Well, you know what you get with him. He's just super consistent. You'd love to own him. He's had 4 goes on the heath. He's placed it all 4. He'll jump. He'll put himself in a spot. I think he'll find 1 or 2 too good. I mean, that's the thing. He just, when there's these progressive horses on their way through, he usually finds them a bit too slick. But he more often runs his mark, and I'm sure that mark will be good enough to be there or thereabouts here.
And that's exactly how he looks. He's just looked so good. He's been up for a very long time now, but he just continues to be saddled up, looking an absolute treat. Today's no different. I hope he can get a win on the board. He's deserving of one.
Oh, gee, I was disappointed with Aleppo Pine first up. Thought he was a terrific chance off some nice jump outs heading to Morpheville. I know he had some excuses vet-wise, but gee whiz, he's getting a little long in the tooth.
Yeah, no, I was against him. I know he's had that issue, and you've got to go, well, forget that. But still, I felt like it was built in.
Thank you,
really
Gate.
short.
Thank you,
Certainly
Jimmy.
the early markets, and
You know, this is the last one we'll do today,
There's
and
nothing wrong
we'll
with what
resume
I'm
on
saying, though. He's
Saturday.
been turned out in really lovely shape here. His attitude's good. He's a fit horse. His action looks nice and clean. There's nothing wrong.
Just Bolts for Jamie Edwards and Theo Nugent is the next horse to
I
have a look at here, Hutch, who was the
don't know
last
what to
start
do
winner,
actually.
Donald.
Even I'm
That
very
is another
nervous
very
of
good
hospitals
sort
and
of,
everything.
Galloper, and I'm sure won't be too far off them in the run.
Yeah, I hope so. He's a strong guy. He's a strong guy.
It's a competitive race.
But
It's
it's
a tough
just
race
that
for him, but yeah, he won't be too far off
when
them.
your dear one's in
He's
the
just been
hospital,
a big
you
bookhead
kind
the whole
of
time that he's been in the yard here. He's obviously feeling pretty well. He's given the strapper a hard
you
time.
get a
He's
little
most definitely earned his pay
foggy.
today. The horse has been turned out well.
Kennyworth for Glenn Thompson and Declan Bates, 6th on Lakeside last start in the race, won dominantly by Ballastier.
Just not sure where we're at with him now. Look, he's pretty consistent. He won't be too far away from them, I don't think. But, you know, it might just...
Tell me about it, bro. I go very nervous. The moment that smell of the hospital, it it's like
Crossover number span goes on for the
whenever
first
I
time
go to
today.
the
He was
hospital, there's a
absolute
particular
king
kind of
up
a
to the
smell.
relationship
I don't know if you
track
have it in
last start. He
US
really overcooked
or in
himself in
any
the
other
yard.
part
He's
of
a high
the
energy horse
world,
anyway,
but
his
here
manners
in
are standing out
hospitals, when
terrible,
you
and I think
enter,
he ran particularly well given
there
the
is a
circumstances.
particular
Today
kind
he
of a
is much
smell
calmer,
which
so he could just make that
probably
little
is
bit grander.
disinfectant and all that
In
which
haste,
they
this is the
use.
runner that Julesy is very keen on. His
And the
best
moment I
bet
go
on the
there,
program. Mark
I
Walker, Craig Williams,
I don't know.
with this galloper this afternoon.
I myself, I get a little
Trial, been waiting for the source to step out. They've scratched from a couple of other meetings with her, and she's
out of my
got a good overall
space.
record, 4 starts, couple of wins, couple of seconds, and she's SP favourite every time she's gone around. So,
Yeah, those are the things that I can't handle. I mean, hospitals, blood,
She's moving super here too. Her manners have been
those things
excellent
I
the whole time
can't
that she's been in the
handle
yard. Still
well.
hangs on to a really nice coat, and it's got really good signs of fitness for this.
Those
first
are
up
not for
assignment.
me. I kind of like to stay away from all that. But this time, I mean, you can't avoid all this.
Have
a
decided that today is
friend.
the day to raise the bar with this galloper, Hutch.
Yeah, and I'm with him. He's very fast. It's about harnessing that pace that he's got. But look, he's done a good job at Sale and Bairnsdale. He's come up to the big smoke now, so he's going to need to show his worth. But I think he can, and you know, he's a horse that's got a lot of upside.
And the worst part is the lady is all by herself. She's
Yeah, well, no surprise to see him be a high energy horse on race day. I haven't assessed him before today, but he was fully bouncy and up and about, but well contained at the same time. He's been turned out in good order. It'd be great to see the Norm team get a winner here.
Yeah, here, Amy, well said. Magnabel Royale for Matt Laurie and Emily Posman's got a very, very good overall record.
Let them just finish this
Can she win
one.
again here this afternoon?
What's really interesting to me there is that there was a lot of money around for the day when she competed against Trey Magnifique. She short notably. Yes, Trey Magnifique was even shorter in the market than Obliged, but there was a trend for a while there that she'd run well. Now she felt the pinch late chasing that hot speed, but we've seen that form frank now, and she's also got upside. Third run of the prep, she'll run well.
Yeah, she's a really lovely filly. She's got a great attitude. She's been turned out impeccably today. I couldn't fault her.
And that is all she wrote, Hutch. So man-made catch, chasing a bit of value with the speedster here.
I'm hoping so. Look, I could nearly have something on the top two here. I think in Haste is another one. It's got right out. It's 850.
3 minutes to
No
post, yes.
major knock with Magna Bell Royale, and Landmark's also a very talented horse. But I think the 9 and the 8 both represent some value. It is one of those races. It's sort of a $6 a field type thing. I think, and how many people could assess it. But yeah, it's an interesting race. So going with a little bit of value.
Yeah, this is really tough from where I was standing too, Hutchie. I don't quite know how you separate most of the field here, to be fair. I'm going to go Cannyworth just on top. Thought his run last start was full of merit. His behaviour was terrible on that occasion. He was much better behaved today, and crossover noseband goes on for the first time. So hopefully he can relax a little bit better. But you could honestly make a case for every runner in this field. Kudos to the trainers that have turned them out so well. Hey, Ket, great to catch up with you. I'm so glad to see that you've got such a nice horse here in Main Man Cash. How is he?
He's good, yeah. Done everything right. And come down and have a go here. It's good.
Did he impress you with what he's done his last couple in particular?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's doing his natural thing and holding on. It's good. He's a good fighter.
From the start of his preparation and his education, has he always shown
It's
you that he's
not that, bro. It's basically, I mean, you know, I've been doing this for the last 2.5, 3 years now. I've never left the stream midway.
pretty good sign, isn't it, when you've got nothing else that can keep up?
I've never done that.
How hard do you think he's going to go
What,
here?
you know, some these are like unavoidable situations.
That's his natural thing to do, so.
I mean, honestly, if you ask me, it's not that I want to go. All right, that's not
Royale,
that's not what I want to
Let's
do.
get to what we've all been waiting for.
But
Julian Valance's best
because
bet
I
on
can't
the
handle
program,
that
$3.50 in haste, top
that place,
two,
hospitals,
finish
bloods, all
350.
those things going on at the same
Jules.
time, people crying, screaming.
Well, the market's not really good. No, right? So I'm not telling you.
I go very nervous. Nervous may not be the right word, but I go dizzy myself.
Look, I just think she'll run really well. I just think there's some more progression to this horse, and I know there's a few of these that probably got some upside, but just thought
I go
those
dizzy
New Zealand runs
myself the
showed
moment I
that
get inside
definitely
a
got an
hospital
above
and all
average
that.
ability. Looks like it's here to run really well, but
But I
yeah,
can't,
has been a little bit
I
soft in
mean,
the market.
can't
So
avoid
might
that
go
as
the other
well.
way, but
So
got that one wrong, but hopefully she still can run top two for us. Is that it for you today? You going to stick around after? It's been a long day. Right. All right, Susan.
come on.
We're just getting started. I know. Once again, I said team player.
Yeah.
Left that off. Disappointing.
No. Yeah. There's no I in team, and there's no I in Jules either. There is in Julian though, so that's a fella flat in the hand. Boom, tick.
It's an open race, isn't it, in regard to the market? As we said a couple of times, what, 6 horses in single figures, and then, $10, $11 the next couple. So,
Thank you for doing that, Jimmy. He's a strong guy. I know. I mean, he's
sort of gravitated towards it.
They did last time as well.
his wife is very nervous
Probably
over the phone.
where a few of these other ones
I mean,
burst up. Might just be soft in that last 100.
could well prove to be
She'll
the
calm
case. Anyway,
down
the start to
once.
load up here. Won't be too long before the rest of them get locked away. Don't blink, you might miss it. Here's Matty Hill.
Terrific. Hutch thought this was one of the more interesting races of the day. Looking forward to this. There'll be speed to burn. Magna Belle Royale's the favourite. Talking about Main Man Cash, a real drifter, $6.50 out to $10. Now, Landmark going in. Magna Belle Royale is going to be the final one. So they're just about ready. Bright sunshine here in Melbourne for the running of race 7, the Tile Importer 1,000 metre dash. Set to go. Attendant clears the gate out wide. Set, gates crash, and away they go. Along the river, jumped well towards the inside with Shersoft and also Magna Belle Royale, and Main Man Cash is also driving up with Just Bolts. They're 2 lengths in front of In Haste, a gap Cannyworth with also Aleppo, Pine Aqueduct and Landmark. Main Man Cash tries to cross Shersoft and does. They were followed next on the outside by Magna Belle Royale and Just Bolts between horses, a length and a quarter In Haste along the river. Then Aleppo, Pine, Cannyworth, Aqueduct and 2.5 to Landmark. Main Man Cash comes up towards the corner. 400 metres to go. It's off the rail. Shersoft has the advantage of the inside. Then Magna Belle Royale. Just Bolts behind those with Along the River, followed by Aleppo, Pine, and next in Haston, Cannyworth. It's Shersoft who kicks on the inside, but Along the River got out. Along the River drives through. 100 metres to go. Takes the lead from Magna Belle Royale. Shersoft, Landmark, but Along the River consistent and front of well. Landmark up for second from Cannyworth. They were followed by Aleppo, Pine, fighting out fourth with Magna Belle Royale. Behind them, Shersoft, Just Bolts, Main Man Cash, In Haste, and at the end of the field was Aqueduct.
4.
So Along the River, who puts itself in the...
So it was basically 4, which was this 7-year-old gelding, which that was also low pressure, but that went through. Anyway, gentlemen, I'm really sorry about that. Sorry about this, that I have to leave. A very dear friend of mine is in the hospital. His wife is all by herself, and I have to go. So I thank everybody for watching this stream today. I'm very sorry that I have to leave it here. We just had one more race to go, but that probably is a better idea to leave for today. I'll see you on Saturday. Till then, have a great day. Thank you so much for being there, my friends. Jimmy, I'll speak to you soon, bro. Dels, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. I'll speak to you guys on Saturday. Thank you so much for being there, my friends.